Welcome back, everybody, to Quake Pro League. This will be Week 8. I am 40 Lions, joined by the one and only Flea. Flea, it's been a while. I think we've only gotten together maybe 1 or 2 times, but I'm looking forward to today. How are you?
I'm doing well. It really has been far too long for it. It's always such a good time that we get to spend together on the cam, and today I'm sure will be no different.
Oh, I'm very much looking forward to it. They try and keep us separated, but we will not allow it. There was a lot.
True love will prevail.
They can't stop it. They can't stop it. And apparently, people cannot stop Kilson. As last week, I mean, we have highlights, we're going to look at them, but that was the story of the week. Kilson dismantling Rafa 3-0, but we had a lot more results to dive into. Why don't we take a look, have a little recap, Flea? Why don't you run me down on what we saw?
Yeah, first of all, of course, we had Nosfa versus Xanaku, and that was also a wonderful game. Xanaku coming out on top 3-0, as we're about to see. Interesting picks from both of these players on several of the maps. Ultimately, Xanaku reigned supreme. Man is someone we will be seeing getting into some action later today as well. Same goes for Nosfa for that matter, but interesting matchup last week.
Yeah, super interesting, very high-flying action from these two. Usually is. I mean, Nosfa, lightning in a bottle. Unfortunately, this time, not so much. That bottle was still corked. Xanaku doing a great job coming out on top 3-0. And yes, I pronounced it correctly. Apologies for the last 5 years. I've been saying Xanaku, it's Xanaku. So I've atoned for my sins and I apologize.
I wonder how many times you'll still get it wrong today, Fordy.
Probably a lot. I know myself. I could barely read. But yeah, as we take a look at the highlights from Chain and Saigib, a lot closer of a set, 2-1 in favor of Chain. But again, just really high-flying action from both players. Saigib with that just LG that can absolutely melt. Unfortunately, coming up a little bit short in this set against Chain.
Close games all around, so I think the biggest deficit that we saw was like a 3 frag difference on the final map. Other than that, it was 1 frag, 2 frags separating these players when the bell rung. So really close matchup. Chain and Saigib for the most part matched pretty evenly, but ultimately, indeed, the Canadian coming out on top. Oh, that telefrag, that was...
so brutal. There's nothing more disheartening but lovely to watch. It's great when it's not happening to you.
Yes. That is indeed the best way to summarize that, and it hurts even more when it's just the bull rush coming at you, right? Because it's such a powerhouse storming down the lane, and then just that one tele is enough to knock him down. And then afterwards, of course, we jumped into Avek versus Razy. Another close match with Avek, our very own Polish prince, coming out on top, even though he had faced down Razy's clutch.
Yeah, pretty crazy. I feel like the league has become less and less fearful of Razy and Clutch in general, so we might see more and more of that. But Avek coming out on top in this set 2-1. Very close game, very well played, but Avek just able to get that last haymaker in and take the set.
Yeah, indeed. Very close series. Once again, I'm looking at the score. 1 frag separating these players on the final map, and that was all it took for Avek to secure himself the victory. But of course, the biggest highlight of last week, you already mentioned it yourself, Fordy, was Kilson versus Rafa, and you used the words dismantling even. Because, as you pointed out before we even went live, I do think this is the first time in QPL history that we've seen Rafa lose a series without securing a single map.
Absolutely mind-blowing. People in the chat with their channel points. A lot of rich people, but yes, this was the absolute dismantling of Rafa. First time we've ever seen it to this level. And if you want to take a look at the review, Kilson actually reviewed the games on stream and had some insight as to why he played the way he did and the decisions he made. But just insanely fantastic defensive rockets from Kilson. The rail was off the chain. Everything was coming up Kilson this set. There was no stopping him, Flea.
Indeed, and if we're just watching these frags, it's like a frag movie. I mean, look, fails absolutely nuts. Rafa going for the rocket jump towards the heavy, hoping to secure the item and get out alive, but no, says Kilson, this is where he lands. Flicks for days, and that is all the German needed to indeed secure a 3-0 victory, leaving him undefeated in the league so far. And so here we once again have last week's scores for you all to take another look at.
There's the recap indeed, and yeah, Rafa has not really been seen since that set, so rumor has it he's gone up into the hills to train again, even harder than before. We'll see him in the weeks to come, but for now, Wrapping back, let's take a look at the world rankings as we slowly start to dive into our first set. It's going to be Nosfa Razy, but there is the breakdown so far of the league.
Pretty close at the very top, right? Kilson and Rafa just $50 separating the two, but Kilson taking that #1 spot, undefeated. Just one map he has lost so far, and that was against Avak in the very first week of this stage. And then if we drop down a bit, we see Avak #3, tied with Razy pretty much. 4th place, and then we get Zeniku, Wenger, CNZ, Dramas, Nosfa, Sparty, Maxter, and then closing out the top 13, we've got Cygip and Chain.
Yeah, that's why that set was so important. They talked about it on the show last week. That was somebody's first victory, and it ended up being Chain, unfortunately, for Cygip. Hopefully in the weeks to come he can add a couple dubs to that column, but yeah, Kilson over Rafa, again, not only in the set, but an overall leaderboard. Pretty crazy to see.
Yeah, I think it's the first time pretty much in QPL history that we haven't seen Rafa top the scoreboard at this point during the stage. So that's remarkable, especially considering that he's, of course, temporarily living in Europe to get better connectivity towards most of these top-level opponents.
Yeah, and he actually dropped a set to Dramas, too, so shouts to Dramas before taking him down. So we're seeing more and more that Rafa bleeds, and he is a human being. I'm sorry to break it to you, Chad, but again, we'll see him on the bounce back later to circle back and focus up on the first set of the day. Again, Nosfa versus Razy, both players coming off losses. This is going to be the bounce back set for one of these players, Flea.
Yeah, indeed. And now interesting, 40, I looked at these players' history, and so far, Nosfa has won every match they've played during the Quake Pro League, which is quite surprising, because I think most people would look at this and say, all right, well, Razy would tend to be the one to come out on top in a head-to-head collision, but so far, Nosfa has really just had his number, beating him 3-2 back in the previous World Championships, and then also at the very start of the Quake Pro League, the QuakeCon 2019 kickoff, rather, Nosfa also came out on top. So is this going to change today? Will Razy finally get his first win over Nosfa in the QPL? Let's see.
We'll see. Razy has been, for lack of a better word, inconsistent lately, which we're not used to seeing. I mean, we were talking about how many second-place finishes he has in the finals, always getting in the top 3, just can't get over the hump to raise that title quite yet. But he has to start now. He has to kind of shore up all these mistakes and just to be able to close out these games. And I think this is going to be a big one to start. Personally, looking forward to whenever we get into the picks and bans, which I think we could jump into right now. Are we going to see Clutch? Survey says, why do they let it happen? I think it's somebody in the league has figured out how to dismantle this Clutch, Flea.
Yeah. So indeed, we are starting it off. Razy gets to run the clutch again, but as we just saw last week, that's no guarantee for success. Nosfa will try to counter with the Ranger. Pretty decent counter pick. The orb gives you a lot of mobility, can penetrate that shield as well. Then map 2, and 40, we were talking about this before we even went live. We have Nyx versus Athena on Blood Covenant. That should also be a very interesting matchup. Two squishy, fast and light champions going head to head. And then lastly, on Deep Embrace, it will be Anarchy being played by Razy versus the Strog by Nosfa. So two champions with a lot of mobility, quick ability to take those corners, and I think that should also make for a great matchup.
I'm really looking forward to this set, especially map 3, because Deep Embrace already lends itself to fast styles of play, and then you add two very agile champs to it. It should be absolutely insane. Starting off on Awoken, we've seen Razy use that clutch on Awoken time and time again, but in my head, every time I think of Awoken, I think of how Nosfa is able to take games that he shouldn't win into overtime and then somehow push himself over the edge. So I want to see how he's going to be able to start this set off, and then Blood Covenant, as you mentioned, light versus light, classic matchup, should be very, very fantastic in terms of the verticality both players have. But Flea, I love to put my co-casters on the spot. Who do you think is going to take this first set to start the day?
Oh goodness, I think it will be Razy. I think that Nosfa's been looking good, right? So far he's beaten both Dramas and Avek, who have done a number on a lot of top contenders within the league, but I think that Razy has been looking solid. I feel like every single time I go to Razy's Twitter, he's tweeting, oh, and I won this tournament on the side, and that one, and I was, you know, grand champion in this, and so on and so forth. And I think that he's been putting in some work, so I will say that I think that Razy will take this one 2-1 when I'm looking at the champion picks as well. I would favor him not so much on Blood Covenant, but other than that, I think he's looking solid. So I'm going to say 2-1 for Razy, but Nasfa is definitely not going to make it easy for him. And if he can play as well as he did when he took down Dramus and Avek, then, well, you know, Razy has lost to both Dramus and Avek, and Nasfa has taken down those players in this stage already, so could be a bit of a toss-up.
I mean, Nosfa's got a little something. I'm going to have to go 2-1 Nosfa just to balance out the casting desk a little bit. No disrespect to you. I will probably be wrong. Chat seems to think, at least for map number 1, they've predicted that Razy's going to take it by 84%. So clearly, I have no idea what I'm talking about, which is, you know, par for the course. But I think lightning in a bottle. I think he's going to pop that bottle today and do what it needs to do to at least get a 2-1. I'm on Team Nosfa for today.
Team Nasfa. All right. Well, looks like we've got both casters disagreeing, and well, chat's never wrong, right? Chat's never wrong. So
that's true.
Razy's looking good. I think a few people stand to nevertheless make quite a bit of channel points if it ends up going in Nasfa's favor. It also looks like both of our players have readied up, so we will be jumping into the match in no time. Don't forget, put your channel points on the line. Tell us who you think will take this first series, because this is immediately going to be an explosive one, because we're getting to see that Razy clutch right out of the gate.
I'm always really interested to see how each player approaches clutch differently, and especially Razy's clutch. And again, there's something there, because more and more people are just like, you know what? Instantly don't care, pick it, because it used to be an instant lock for Razy. At a certain point, they would be like, I'm going to ban this because he loves playing it, so I'm going to get it out of there because he would first pick it. And now they're just kind of like, whatever, let him pick it. I figured something out. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Nosfa approaches this game, how he's going to use Dire Orb maybe to get around things. I don't know, maybe just explode the robot? What do you think, Flea? In terms of this matchup on this map, how would you go about playing against the clutch as a Ranger?
I mean, the thing is that you don't have that much verticality, right? On a map like Blood Covenant, we've seen some great plays where people will specifically try to fight the clutch down below, and then they just throw the orb right on top so they can easily escape. This map, it's still possible in a few situations, but not as much because the ledges just aren't as high. So I'm expecting to maybe see a bit more aggression coming out with the orb. If the shield gets popped and you already have the upper hand, you just orb right into him, super shotgun comes out to play. Even with that shield, a champion the size of clutch will melt and drop quickly. So I do think that Nasfa is inclined to use it perhaps a bit more aggressively, and also to just, you know, keep control of the items, right? You throw it through the glory hole all the way to the mega, pick up heavy, and instantly chain both of them together. It's a tried and tested strategy, and it will work well against a fast champion like Clutch.
Completely agree. That might be the game plan. And as always, don't forget the passive is so important for Ranger. You're able to rocket jump all around the map, gain speed, verticality, just get the hell out of there if Clutch tries to bear down on you with that shield. So we'll see exactly how Nosfa approaches this, and we'll see if it just turns into the Razy show or it's just an absolute, well, you know, bloodbath. We'll see if there's maybe a gauntlet. I'd love to see like a side prediction, but I don't think we're there yet, getting ahead of ourselves here. The players are readying up slowly. I think we are dealing with the server, but we should be in the game soon, Flea. So you said 2-1 for Razy. I said 2-1 for Nosfa. Let me take a look at the predictions, because I did see they were swinging a little bit there. No, not too bad. No, it's still firmly Razy. People don't really believe in Nosfa at all, which is rude, to be completely honest. But we'll see. We'll see.
You believe in Nosfa, right?
I do. I do.
You're on that Nosfa supremacy train today. You think that Razy stands no chance?
I love players that play absolutely psychotic. And I'm not saying that Nosfa doesn't know what he's doing, but I love the fact that he knows what he's doing so well that he could just do things that he's not supposed to do and get away with it. That's my play style, Flea. I love it. Act crazy, do something crazy, use the Dire Orb, rocket all around the map. That's what I want to see in this map number 1.
Yeah. And it does look like we're ready to kick things off for our first map of the day. We've got Nosfa, we've got Razy kicking it off with Awoken 40. Take us away.
Let's get it started right here. We get to see that clutch, we get to see that Dire Orb, who is going to prevail. So we're live on Nosfa right now, making his way towards the LG. Has a little bit of shotgun, but definitely needs more weaponry before we get going.
Now Razy eyeing that LG. It's the last weapon he still needs of the Unholy Trinity, whereas Nosfa, no rockets to his name just yet, so he can't go for that passive ability, that reduced rocket jump damage that you were talking about, 40. Very little time between the items to start things off with. And this is a very calm, calculated opening to the game. No one really going all in. Razy applied most of the pressure at the start, but he knew that he couldn't just all in yet without that LG to his name. And now both players are just looking for an opening.
A little bit of tribal just to give Nosfa the information. But all in all, Razy's okay with that because there's a light armor right there. So he's starting to Pac-Man things off the map as well, and Nosfa has to be careful. As you mentioned before, items are synced up, and it's just a matter of who wants to get what as a missed opportunity there for Nosfa with that free rail.
It's a costly rail to miss. Would have done a lot to Razy's armor stack. And nevertheless, he still had the Mega, so it still wouldn't have been that much of an opportunity for Nosfa to establish dominance. But he can't continue missing these shots. That was once again another good opportunity to get the upper hand over the robots.
Big LG here forcing out the shield from Razy. Razy somehow, though, steps back and plants his big ol' robotic feet and hits that rail, but right off the spawn, big damage coming out. Dire Orb was available, but Nosfa didn't want to use it. Still pressing with the machine gun. There's the Dire Orb to get the verticality he needs and finish off that frag to tie it at 1.
Good use of the orb right there. Indeed. I also figured that he would use it right away. Instead, waits until he can get onto that LG. Take the fight that way. And now we do have a bit of a delay between the items. I'm not sure how intentional that drop was by Razy, because he really has nothing to work with. And yeah, Nosfa is going to punish that to hell and back. Really don't think Razy meant to drop down there 40.
Yeah,
and it cost
critical
him.
Mistake. Critical mistake there as Nosfa able to grab the Mega. Up 1 frag, looking really good, chaining together those rails. But the shield is back up now, and he has to be careful as his rocket around the corner almost connects. Would have been big damage here, but Nosfa knows. He's aware of all the attack vectors here for Razy, and another beautiful rail as Nosfa's starting to heat up with it. A little bit of LG around the corner. Razy really wants to push the corner, needs to be careful, and what a shot from both players there.
Out comes the shield though, and that gives Razy the confidence he needs to push in and to tie it right back up, but he's vulnerable now. Unfortunately for Nosfa, Mega spawned just a second too soon. If that was a moment later, I think he would have just pushed it. Unfortunately for him, he didn't have the opportunity, and now out comes the Razy LG, gets a frag. This is a critical moment for Nosfa. He needs to stop the momentum from building, and he's got the position to do so. If he doesn't give up Mega, doesn't allow Razy to get footing now, he can kill that momentum. That's exactly what he'll do. Excellent play.
Really nice little peek there. The follow-up rail will hit. Razy should be trapped, but now the shield comes out and the rockets are right on target. Nosfa, decent attack, but that shield just made all the difference right there.
Nosfa needs to be very proactive in using his orb. He cannot allow Razy to just eat up the hourglasses. He wants to deny them. And that's part of the reason why he has been using the orb so much for positioning, I think, to make sure that he's always in a position where he can eat up and deny those hourglasses. Because if you just leave them around the map, Clutch is going to have that shield up pretty much non-stop, and that's the last thing you want.
Absolute nightmare to go against indeed. Nosfa trailing by 2 frags. Razy gets taken down here, potentially, and wow, that rocket into LG was just so good that you could tell that Razy just had nowhere to go.
Really solid push by Nosfa. Orb into the rocket combo, tried and tested when you're Ranger. Oh, out comes the shield. Will it be enough? I don't think so. I think Nosfa still got this. Yep. A little bit of a scuff dodge. As well as the pushback from the LG, sending Razy into the cold waters of Awoken. Once again, tied up as we hit the 5-minute mark. This has been a very close game for Coming
at you. With the Dire Orb onto the Mega, almost catastrophic, but Razy wasn't actually there to deal any damage. Great rail there from Nosfa as he wants to move in for position on this heavy. 1 rocket from Razy, and he's going to have to take his leave, maybe set up for some damage on it. But good plays from Nosfa, asserting dominance, grabbing everything he can off of the map, and it's looking better and better. Razy does have shield available, though, and he's got the Unholy Trinity, so all the weapons he needs at his disposal. But Nosfa still dictating the pace right now. Picks up the Mega as well, and that stack is looking good, but one rocket can change everything here if Nosfa gets caught off guard.
Nosfa had no idea where Razy was in that situation. He was looking to the rail, to the heavy, shot some nails. Razy can't get out of this alive, and he even ends up burning the shield as he drops down dead. That's excellent for Nosfa. He should apply some pressure right now. He knows where Razy is, but look at how fast the robot moves around the map. Solid plays from Nosfa, though. Yeah, absolutely. Also very interesting, the damage heavily in Nosfa's favor, around 800 points of damage over his opponent. He's also the one who's primarily controlling the major items, but Razy has been so smart with that clutch ability, the shield, that even with fewer items and less damage, he is still keeping this very close and competitive. But those little mistakes for that drop down again into the LG, that's the second time that Razy has sacrificed a frag like that.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic. And Nosfa taking advantage when he can, as he should. Up to 3 minutes left, looking pretty good here, but he needs to keep the pressure on. Razy can absolutely bring this back, especially with the mobility of the clutch. Good snag from Nosfa there. Rocket jumps right back into position for the Mega with a fantastic rail to open it. Razy with a return of his own, and the Rocket actually well placed, and now the shield won't really do anything as Razy gets taken down again. Nosfa just right on target, Flea.
Nosfa's crosshair placement has been sublime for that specific angle. I noticed that earlier as well. He knows how quickly Razy can dodge across, so he doesn't even bother aiming at the left side. Now he's aiming where Razy will be after the dodge, and whoa! 3 rails to the feet. You'll love to see it. And Razy drops down dead just before the heavy spawn, so he can't even deny that. Now he should get the frag here. No!
What?
Somehow! Nosfa, the super shoddy. Perfect.
Oh, and I thought he was going to get it again, and I was going to say, why won't you die? Razy able to finally take him out, but he's so weak. Nosfa already has LG and rockets, and Razy's still incredibly weak. No shield. He's going to get taken out again here, and wow. Nosfa, stop it.
Excellent plays by the Brazilian. He had no right to survive that encounter, yet that's exactly what he did, and now Razy is forced to play this hyper aggressively. 5 frags, 90 seconds. Possible in theory. Are we going to see it? Very unlikely.
Unlikely indeed, but there is an opening here as Razy's able to get that frag and grab the heavy with a nice little move towards the rail. And interestingly enough, Nosfa during the LG battle didn't really use the dire orb to try and finish off and get that extra damage. He just tried and true, trusts in the LG, and twice now, Razy's been able to best him. There's more LG, and he actually pops off the Mega trying to dodge, and oh, that is heartbreaking, Flea.
With this little time left, Nosfa knows that he can get more value out of holding on to the orb and using it to get out of a sticky situation, buy himself another 10-15 seconds, even if he ends up dying. That's all he needs, and oh my god! Rail, and then the perfect orbs lined up, super patient, and that will spell disaster for Razy. At this point, it's a mathematical impossibility. There is still time, but not enough for this. And that makes it so that Nosfa will secure map 1. 40, your prediction's looking good.
I mean, I'm just saying it's a little bit of that brown magic, but what a play from Nosfa this entire map. And again, I think it just feeds into this. People have figured out clutch. They know how to play against it. They're more confident. Nice dire orb to stay on the map, and he still might get this frag with a shoddy. Maybe? Nope. Razy has a shoddy of his own and says no. But then he goes for a swim. Not happy with that performance, but Nosfa should be absolutely just elated taking map number 1, beating Razy's clutch. And he's up in the set early, and that's exactly where you want to be, Flea.
Indeed, excellent start from Nosfa, beautiful play, solid control, massively outdamaging Razy as well, over 2,000 points of damage over his opponent in the end. Excellent, you love to see it, lightning in a bottle indeed, that describes Nosfa perfectly. Now, map 2 has me a little worried for Razy, because this is the one where I feel like he might be a little bit outclassed in terms of picks and bans already, and given that he's already lost map 1, Nasra might just seal the deal right here, right now.
And how incredible would that be? I mean, we kind of knew that it might happen, even though you went against me, which, first of all, how dare you? We kind of knew it would happen, because any given Saturday, these players are all fantastic, but taking down this clutch and getting that momentum in the set this early, and this frag right here, Shoddy Pippin coming up big, that was just heartbreaking. I think that may have broke Razy's back, because he had him dead to rights, and then just the shotgun play around the corner to take out the robot. Just wow, 14-6 as we take a look at the stats. And does anything really pop out at you besides almost everything on Nosfa's side on this one, please?
I mean, Razy's accuracy, 34% LG, 29% rockets. I mean, Rail was super solid, but ultimately was not his primary weapon, so not quite sure how I feel about that accuracy. 34 LG, 29 rockets, I would have expected more. Nosfa, on the other hand, hitting like an absolute truck, of course. Clutch is the size of a barn door, so it's not that difficult to land most of those shots, but still. Absolutely solid performance. Now map 240, I'm curious to see if the predictions are now just going to be the complete opposite. As far as I can tell, people still facing or favoring Razy somewhat, but to a lesser extent than what we saw after map 1. Clearly, the confidence in Nasfa is rising.
Stubborn, though. After that performance, you're still going to go with no. No, I mean, it's a new map. These players can reset after every map, and I'm sure Razy knows, okay, that should have gone my way. There were some mistakes I made. Again, the dropping down both on heavy and off of the armor in the middle of the armor shard in the middle of the map. That led to some frags and some big damage, so I think Razy cleans those up. This one should be a little bit closer. Again, Nyx versus Athena should be interesting, but you give the edge personally to Nosfa based on the Athena and the mobility?
Yeah, I would. This is just such a vertical map that Nyx is going to struggle, right? She used to be a top pick on Blood Covenant, but that was before really Slash kind of overtook her in popularity, and before, of course, Athena was added to the game. And when we look at it, yeah, Nyx, she can use her wall jump to get around much of the map, but not nearly to the same extent as Nosfa can with the Athena. She can't immediately get all the way on top from the very bottom. She doesn't have the same just raw acceleration. So I am going to favor Nosfa, and I think that Razy might struggle a bit.
We'll see who struggles on this one. Map number 2 live between Nosfa and Razy right now, and Razy needs this one to tie the set right off the bat, missing a rail. A little bit of action before the heavy pickup for Razy.
Good start for Razy, though. Spawning at rail is exactly what he wanted, because that is one of the things that Athena can deny so effectively. If she gets rail spawn, you're going to have a hell of a hard time to just get it out of her hands. But luckily for Razy, he got the spawn that he probably was eyeing from the very start. And now we're seeing a very, very slow-paced matchup.
Easy does it indeed. And yeah, based off the spawn, I mean, Razy got everything he wanted, but can he capitalize on it, Flea? We will see shortly here, as I think he spotted him. If not, he saw the rockets of Razy posting up, trying to hit that angle now. Just missing with the rail as Nosfa hooks over. And yeah, just missed opportunities. The first rail off the spawn, that one. It all adds up here as both players looking for each other. Good machine gun work from Nosfa right off the bat. Good rail, but the rocket actually pops Razy down. He's able to grab the armor shard, but he needs to get out. He's so weak. And now Nosfa has free reign over the map, and Razy, with good dodging, staying alive. Oh no, and he had to pop. Catastrophic movement error from Razy, Flea.
Hitting the doorway like that just cripples you. And then also, he's missed 2 pretty easy rails. But this should be a frag. Nosfa can't get out in time. Even with the grapple hook, he knew that he was done for. So Razy opens up this map. He knows that Nosfa spawned on rail, so he can't try to deny it anymore, and that was his clear strategy at the start of the map. Oh, this is good, this is good. Nosfa tries to hook in close with the super shot. He will fall a little short. Unfortunately for Razy, the item timings are a bit too close to one another to actually start a rotation at this point, but he will be able to deny the rail again.
missing with these rails, and the Tri-Bolt able to fend him off and save his life. As Razy was just going for that frag. You could tell, Flea, he had the frag in his eyes. He wanted it.
The shadows hide me.
Athena is, of course, a difficult target to hit. Razy has only landed 2 rail shots so far, sitting at just 25% accuracy. This could already have been 4-0 if Razy had just been a little bit more consistent with the railgun. But what is happening right now?
Ooh,
I
that is
don't
not an
know
easy
what I'm
shot to
seeing.
hit.
I don't know what I'm seeing for you. The drop? Or just jumping into the room like that? I can't imagine that being intentional on Razy's behalf.
Yeah, again, very odd decision-making coming out from Razy. Maybe a bit hyper-aggressive, maybe just believing in the aim, but either way, it's opened up the game for Nosfa to tie it back at 2. He is very weak now, trying to make his way back to the Mega, and he will be right on time and uncontested.
Good start by the Maestro player, but then he stumbles, he fumbles the ball multiple times, and it allows Nosfa to string together 2 quick frags. There we go, that's more of what he needs to put up, but Nosfa retaliates. Good rail won't be enough. Razy doesn't have a rocket. He can't rocket jump up, can't race to challenge the Mega, has to give that up for now. That is going to help Nosfa out a lot.
I think Razy heard that hook down below.
Where am I?
Aggressive ghost walk play, trying to read exactly where Nosfa is and just missing out. As Nosfa trying to get back into this trailing 1, and that frag he gave up was almost a misplay from Nosfa. As you saw, he dropped down from the bridge, tried to hook back up, couldn't quite get it.
Yeah.
Led to Razy taking the lead. So both players making some mistakes, some movement errors, and it's costing them big, Flea.
It sure is. Now, the most important thing for Nosfa is to find an avenue onto the railgun. That's the weapon he really wants to get a hold of. Messy fight, but it should be going in Nosfa's favor. I like what he did right there. And a
what a
beautiful
shot!
rail. God damn, that was smooth, just like Nosfa himself.
Just so unbelievably confident. No fear out of Nosfa, and Razy holding onto that ghost walk, not popping it, it cost him. At that point, I mean, you're probably going to die anyway. Maybe it's best to hold on to it, but great rail there as Razy stabilizes by grabbing the heavy. Ooh, and another fantastic rail. I don't even know how he found that angle. But Nosfa able to pick up the Mega, but needs to be careful if he drops down. There's the ghost walk. There's the hook down. A little bit of LG. And again, these rails from Razy. There's the float with the LG, but Razy's able to stabilize and grab a shaft and put the bead on him, taking back the lead. And now we're getting a little bit of a back and forth, Flea.
I mean, this is pretty comparable to how the previous map started off, right? We were 5 minutes in and it was 4-4 tied. So for the first half of map 1, things were very nice and balanced as well. But then Nosfa just absolutely broke loose. Let's see whether he can accomplish that again. With rails like that, he surely will. Oh!
Oh my god.
I have no idea why he didn't just switch to Super Shoddy and finish that off. Probably didn't realize that Razy was literally at, what, 10 points of health, but...
The rocket's just not landing in the rail, and look at all of that damage that Razy got off the machine gun.
Now Nosfa is playing Dodge the Razy. We have finally seen a bit of an offset between the items, 11 seconds between the two. And now Razy also has a rocket jump, so he can't make it up there in time. Should be able to string both of them together, but he's more interested in frags. He wants violence today. He says, I'll pick up the item when I feel like it. Right now, I just want to inflict pain. That's exactly what he did.
He just wants Nosfa to suffer like he did on map number 1. And so far, he's not suffering as it's tied to 5, but you can see the relentless pursuit from Razy, and Nosfa just not hitting the defensive shots he needs to keep him out. Huge, because Razy will absolutely play aggressive without question, and here he is again using those stairs perfectly. The rocket's not quite landing, and finally the trade comes out at the last moment.
Good thing for Nasva that those final rockets did connect. His defensive rockets have been pretty good so far. He definitely needed that. Oh, now he's in trouble. Now he's in trouble. Does manage to secure the LG though.
Did he just turn that around?
Yeah, he did.
He almost did. Wow.
I think Razy underestimated how much stack Nasva still had left. He thought he could just finish him off with 1, maybe 2 shotgun blasts from a distance, but no. Nasva had retreated into that blood pool, so he was gaining that passive health regeneration, and Razy just completely overextended right there.
Goes up the jump pad, just misses out on that rail. That was a crucial rail to hit, and now he drops down. Nosfa should know, but somehow Razy hits that one. Nosfa needs to be careful dodging. There's the drop down. Fearless. There's the wall jump. Is it going to be enough? And somehow stays alive. Razy is crazy.
Sure is. Almost got that final rail off too. Now look at Nasva applying so much pressure, but Razy should be able to secure Mega. Oh! That almost went wrong for Razy. He messed up the ledge grab on top, so he got a lot of extra air and actually gave Nasva an angle. That would have been disastrous. Tied up the game for
What a rail
Nasva.
from below. Oh, but he missed another one. He needs to hit this one, and he can't. There's the Ghost Walk, and Nosfa, please. Does steal the heavy.
Yeah, Nasva went for the gauntlet right there. He knew exactly what Razy was going for. But just didn't have the stack to deal with it even after picking up the heavy, and now Razy is just absolutely ramping up the aggression. Pace of the game is dominated, dictated entirely by him. And with a minute left to go, trying to catch a Nyx, I think it's a done deal. Even on a champion as fast and nimble as Athena, Razy can just use the Ghost Walk.
What a rail off the spawn, too. And Razy, there's nothing to catch. Catch these rails, Flea, as Razy is just fearless. He's like, you know what? I have this in the bag. I'm going to keep taking these fights. Map number 1. Oh, my goodness. Map number 1 was a fluke. And Razy, with this victory, able to tie it at 1. Sending us to the third map as the decider right off the bat for today.
Razy heard me comment on his railgun accuracy at the start of the map, and he's like, okay, I see how it is. Now he's just putting on a show. I think that's what, 5 consecutive rails at this point, make it 6. Absolutely ridiculous. Should find at least 1 more. Can't quite get it with the rail though, but it is a done deal. Razy will tie it up 1-1. Now keep in mind, so far, Nasva has won every single matchup between these two in the Quake Pro League. And Razy, no doubt, is looking to change that up today.
Razy's tired of it, and if I'm not mistaken, the scores are just inverted from map number 1, so hit that X-Files theme. Yeah, 14-6 in terms in favor of Razy on map number 2, and now we go again to the third map as the decider, which is always interesting, and more so because it's Deep Embrace, Strogg versus Anarchy, high flying champs, a lot of mobility, and it should be an absolute masterclass from both of these because they want the dub. Nosfa smells it, he almost had it, and Razy came back and said, no, I'm not going to let history repeat itself, not this time.
Bam, that rail. So sweet. Nosfa didn't even move his mouse for that one. He just had it lined up. He knew exactly where Razy was going to be, and he connected the shot, and that's all you could ever really hope for. But yes, indeed, the final map will decide it all. As you just said, 40, it will be Anarchy, played by Razy, versus Strogg, ran by Nosfa. 2 very quick, nimble, mobile champions. Of course, Razy has got a bit of an edge when it comes to speed, especially with that inject and the air control. But on the other hand, Strogg has got higher base stack to work with. Plus, the Peeker is a force to be reckoned with on this map. There's quite a few places where you can really just drop down and send the Peeker right back up to bait out a railgun shot or just harass your opponent when a fight isn't going your way. So Razy will have to be on edge when it comes to that.
It's true. Struggling with the Peeker could be very costly as we take a look at the overview and the stats from map number 2, and the LG looking a little bit better. The rail on this one in favor of Razy as well. And you got to start to wonder, was it maybe because, you know, map 1, Nosfa was going against a fridge? As we said, it's kind of layups to hit some of these rails, and LG a little bit harder on these smaller champs, but Razy, no problem with the rail. LG able to prevail. 14-6 will be the final score on map number 2, sending us to the third. And looking forward to if it's going to be a game of more strategy positioning or if it's going to be just pure mechanics. As we saw near the end there, Razy almost looked like he was taking out some frustrations on Nosfa Flea.
Yeah, that final minute or two was really pure mechanics. Razy just running out with nothing but the railgun in his hand, saying, I'm just gonna hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 shots in a row, and that will be all she wrote. I don't need anything more than that. And indeed, for the perfectly reversed scoreline, spooky, I think, let us get another 6-14 in for the final map. It's possible. Pretty small map, Deep Embrace. We've seen some excessive scorelines pop up on this map. I'm not expecting that today. But I do think that this is once again going to be dominated primarily by mechanics. I think that once one of these players gets a split between the items, starts running them and building up a bit of momentum, it's going to be extremely important that the other can counterpunch, can do sufficient damage, because otherwise it is so easy to drown on the map that is Deep Embrace, because it's difficult to get a hold of resources and even weapons for free.
Do you think that there is a better spawn for one champ versus the other? For instance, if you're Strog, do you prefer one side of the map over the other? If you're Anarchy, do you prefer one side of the map over the other?
I mean, I imagine that if you're Anarchy, you want to get the heavy spawn, right? Because you don't have armor to begin with, plus you can get the Railgun. And Railgun, of course, against Anarchy, right? He's a small, squishy champion. It's 90 damage no matter what, but that 90 does a lot more when you have less stack to begin with. So I imagine that Razy will probably prefer spawning on the heavy side, especially because he's got the injection as well, right? He can kind of give himself some health overstack to begin with. So if I was Razy, I would be hoping to spawn heavy. And of course, Nosfa, I think, will want to do the same thing to deny that.
Well, we'll see. Razy got the favorable spawn for Nyx on Blood Covenant and came up big. We'll see if he can do it one more time. The winner of this one will take the set. We're live on map number 3 between Nosfa and Razy.
Looks like Razy gets the LG and the Mega side. Not what he was hoping for, to be sure. Big delay between both of the items. I don't know if Razy is aware of just how long Nosfa left up heavy, because now they're basically synced. And that could be a bit of an issue for Razy. If he shows up, say, 5-10 seconds early, waiting for that item to spawn, not knowing it's delayed, he could be in trouble.
A little bit of peeker damage coming out as the rails. Pretty good so far, hitting 50 for Nosfa. Drops down, almost gets another angle on it as well. Nice rocket jump there to get position on the heavy immediately, as both players will trade the items, and now they're a little more synced up here. Only 2 seconds in between, and trying to protect that armor. Razy makes his way onto it, hits a great fadeaway rail as well.
Nice little speed boost there as well. That LG from Nosfa gave him a lot of momentum flying through the teleporter. I think he could have made it all the way up to heavy if he just kept going.
Nice. What a flick.
Nice.
But the LG from Razy's too much, as Nosfa can't put the beat on him. So Razy, first blood. This is going to be a sign of things to come. The shotgun almost gets it, but the rail actually pushes him out of range for the full blast. That defensive rail was huge.
I mean, if there's anything in the game that hurts an Anarchy, it's the shotgun, right? It's Anarchy's Achilles heel almost. Does so much damage, and he doesn't have a lot of stack to begin with.
Oh, buddy.
Woo!
He went and done did it again.
Oh yeah, that was baked almost. Razy knew exactly what Nosfa was going for right there, and he just denied it. And so confident as well. Because if you're Razy, you drop down and you miss that rail, you're pretty much done for with the stack and the weapons you have. Not a lot of backup there. Oh, I like what Nosfa was going for with the peeker, but he shouldn't have done it when Razy was just so on top of him. And I don't think he realized just how much of a pitbull Razy was in that fight. He had just bitten down and would not take a step away from his opponent.
And with a 3-0 lead, this is the start that Razy wants. That rail, not so much, stopping him dead in his tracks, but he should be able to claim the heavy unscathed, as Nosfa just wants weaponry instead and trying to position for this next mega.
Mega will be the next major item to be contested. Ooh. Oh, that's a good rocket.
What?
Woo! Nosfa can't quite pick it up. It was just too tempting for him to go for. But Razy was ready and relentless too. Nice rails from Nosfa, but not nice enough. Razy. The man's warmed up. He's unstoppable. Just look at these shots, 40.
The rails are just gross, and they're the deciding factor in this. Every kill has been a final rail from Razy, except for that a little bit of shotgun blast. Because why not, as Nosfa's down 6 early in this one. Oh, rocket jump, a little bit crazy here as there's the inject, and he's able to get out of there, and that is the speed of anarchy. I'm in danger. I'm going to take a little bit of drugs, not condoning it, and then he gets out of there with the speed, and now he's in position. He's hitting rails now as well. There's the peeker, but Razy just takes a little shoulder peek with the LG and says, no, 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 not today. And this is crazy right now. 7-0 as Nosfa's getting shut out, and he just tries to dance a little bit of a samba. Can't do it. Gets planted again with a rail.
I mean, the dance was definitely the right decision. You don't just want to step right on the... Oh, out comes the gauntlet. Out it comes. We saw Nosfa try to make a play with it twice on on the previous map. Unsuccessfully so. Now Razy does get a pummel in, but not enough to seal the deal.
Whew.
Nice. Good rocket from Nosfa. There's still plenty of time left. 6 minutes, 8 frags. We've seen a whole lot crazier in the Quake Pro League.
Oh, definitely, but Nosfa needs to be careful. He can't just take these fights. Good peeker damage, almost gets the rail follow-up for the frag. Can he find the angle on the LG? No, just missing out. He needs to get back to the heavy. He needs to get some semblance of item control across the map to try and bring this one back.
I see.
Nosfa has done a lot of damage with the peeker so far, but it's also... It also ended up killing him several times.
Razy hit him with the pose afterwards.
Yeah.
He posterized him. He posterized him, Flea.
I mean, Nosfa just took one step too close to the edge. Didn't even go over it, but then the float, the LG pushback, it just kind of took him up into the air, sent him for a magic carpet ride that he definitely wasn't ready for. And there we get it. There we get it. The pummel frag, Razy's signature move. And now with 11 frags of a lead, 40, do you see any way in which Nosfa still makes a comeback happen?
Honestly, the only way is if Razy keeps playing aggressive as he's been, and Nosfa just hits all of his shots. Because Razy looks like he's not going to take his foot off the gas, and that's going to lead to Nosfa having opportunities, but he has to capitalize by putting out a lot more damage. So maybe, but even then I feel like once Razy gives up a couple more frags and is in danger of actually losing the lead, then he'll play back and be like, okay, I don't want to get too crazy, I want to win this one, but for now it seems like he's okay with just running around the map, enjoying himself, and putting Nosfa in a position to have to chase and deal with him.
He almost jumped into that rocket. Yeah, I was still on Razy's point of view, and he could have jumped through at any other time, but he waited until the rocket barely connected. But yeah, you're very right in saying that Razy's aggression, it is a bit concerning. There were times, just like earlier, right? Razy uses the injection just before peeking for a rail. He notices that he doesn't have 90 points of health yet, so he is railable, and he still takes the angle, still shows his face. You can do that when you've got a 7 frag lead, sure, but if Nosfa can keep this up, he still has a chance. But like you said, right, this is Razy we're talking about, a player who can absolutely play extremely defensive and passively as well. So when it comes down to it, Razy's just gonna slam his foot on the brakes. And I really don't see a way for Nosfa to mount a comeback at this stage.
Yeah, with 3 minutes, I think it's just too much to overcome. Great rail, though. But Razy will claim the heavy nonetheless. Fantastic rail.
Yeah.
Nosfa has no choice but to flee out of here. So I didn't even think about that. How long can he last? And Razy a merciful god as he just wants to maybe go to Mega? No, he's still hunting. He gave up the Mega. Is this an opportunity for Nosfa? And it is.
No, I've got to find a moment to just throw 40 lions somehow in a sentence to
It looks like Nosfa's getting torn apart by 40 lions. Peeker comes out. And
that would do it, yeah. That would do it.
Nowhere to be seen, though, so no damage off that. And he's still railable as Nosfa's playing with fire here. Razy has been on. He just needs one opening, but the LG is going to be enough as he comes flying through the telly.
Whoa.
I honestly don't know about the Peaker pick, or well, the Strog pick rather. It's still a very solid champion for this map, but I feel like Nasva was perhaps a bit too eager to use the little robots, right? Yes, he managed to do a lot of damage in multiple situations, but I think if we would go back and we would tally all of the situations where using the Peaker either cost him a frag or just made him give up control completely or put him on the defensive, like, I think that the Peaker ultimately ended up favoring Razy tremendously.
Oh, Razy, stop it. You're a bully! Oh! I think you're right. Sorry, I was absolutely horrified at the horror show that we're seeing right now as Razy's just murdering someone online. No! Please!
Not again!
No, it just keeps happening. Flee.
Well, Razy's definitely grooving right now. He knows that this is over. This is his victory lap. He knows it's a very deserved victory as well. Map 1, Nasva had his number, even with the clutch. But then map 2, final minutes, definitely favored Razy, and map 3, Nasva just never really managed to get into his own playstyle. He was always on the back foot. Whenever the ability came out, it feels like it ended up helping Razy in the end, and he ended up chasing frags from very early on.
Yeah, and the scoreline shows it here is Razy just running away with it. Again, the Peaker plays a little suspect, leaving Nosfa open to damage, gauntlets, rockets, rails, everything. Razy through the kitchen sink at Nosfa. He's able to pull this one out and go 2-1.
Oh.
And it's got to be upsetting from Nosfa there. As you know, frustration, you can kind of tell. Very, very close, starting off the set, so hot, taking down the clutch, having all the momentum, and then map number 2, just having that torn away from you, and then going into 3. And within the first couple minutes, kind of just seeing all these rails that Razy's hitting and just finishing his kills, and it's so hard to overcome a Razy that is playing confident, borderline angry, and still hitting all these shots and chaining together rails. It's very, very difficult to do.
Absolutely. Now, congratulations, Maestro. Congratulations, Razy. As we mentioned earlier, this is the first time that Razy won out of any Quake Pro League matchup that he has had against Nasva. So far, the Brazilian has always had his number, always managed to come out on top, but today, Razy plants his feet firmly in the ground and ends that trend. So well played to both of these gentlemen, but it will be the Hungarian taking home the dub. Now, 40, we've got many more excellent games coming up today. What are your final thoughts on the first one?
Yeah, a whole lot on the menu left, but this one, again, big shouts to Razy. I mean, it feels good to get that monkey off your back and just kind of be like, okay, history didn't repeat itself. I broke the cycle. I'm not stained any longer. But you could tell by his play and kind of his demeanor, he didn't want to win that way. He always wants to go 3-0. Razy's a perfectionist. He didn't really play the first map up to his liking, up to what we've seen before with the dominance of Clutch. But nevertheless, shouts to him, taking the set. Well done. 20-6 to end it and put the exclamation on it. I still think Nosfa played great. It was just map number 2 was kind of the, I don't know, I think it stopped any momentum he had. And then 3-4 minutes into Deep Embrace, you can kind of tell, like, Razy's hitting all these rails. There's no escape for Nosfa. So that's the breakdown of the set as we take a look at the scores. Fantastic way to start the day, Flea, but yeah, no, just big shouts to Razy. I mean, it feels really, really good being able to overcome kind of your end boss and say, okay, I finally beat you in an official game. I don't have to worry about this anymore. It's not hanging over my head.
This will indeed be good for Razy. I mean, yes, he is ranked 3rd after this matchup, right? Before he was 4th. But still, like you mentioned before we started, his performance has been pretty inconsistent, right? He's lost to Dramas, Kilson, and Avak, which are all, of course, top-tier contenders. So it will be good for him to now add some more wins to that and finally, you know, start skewing more towards not just winning as much as he's losing, but finally getting, you know, a big lead when it comes to the wins as well. So congratulations again to Razy. Very solid matchup and a great win to top it off.
Fantastic, and we got another fantastic one coming up shortly. It's going to be Avik versus Dramas. Dramas on a tear, taking down some Titans recently. We'll see if he could take down Avik after this break. Welcome back to the Quake Pro League. I am 40 Lines, joined by Flea. We just finished up our first set of the day between Nosfa and Razy, and now we have Avik versus Dramas. Flea, tell me a little bit about Dramas and the tear he's been going on. I know you got the facts and the stats.
I mean, who doesn't love Dramas in the way that he's been playing so far, right? This man has absolutely been tearing through some of our very top players. He's taken down Razy, he's taken down Wenger, and now, just last week, or 2 weeks ago rather, he took down Rafa, the man to beat in a 2-1 fashion. So Dramas is looking absolutely unstoppable. So far, he's lost to both Cypher and Naswa, but ever since, he has been taking aim at some of the all-time greats.
It's pretty crazy to see because everyone's starting to put more and more respect on his name, and he's like, I done been here. I've been hitting people with the classic. So it's good to see him kind of ascend to this level, but he's got another Titan in his way today, and that is Avik, an absolute monster who's on a tear of his own. And I don't know, do you think this is going to be a harder battle than Rafa, a different battle? I mean, how do you break this one down?
I mean, this is definitely different, right? So far, Avik has taken down Zeneku, Sparty, and Razy in this stage alone. Man has been looking fire as well. We know that he can bring the aggression, right? Avik aggression, he coined an absolute phenomenal of a term in Quake, and that's very, very different from the playstyle that Rafa brings. Rafa, much more reserved, very disciplined, a counter-puncher who will wait for the right time and then establish complete dominance of the map and will just choke you out of it, whereas Avik plays it so much differently, much more on the man at times, much more likely to leave items up, leave them be, and just hound you to just get that damage in to force you on the retreat and on the defensive. So very different matchup that this is going to be in comparison to Rafa.
Let's take a look at the pick bands and paint a better picture of what we have going on between these two. And oh, there's Keel. So happy. Flea, take it away and break this down for me.
Keel coming out. We know that Dramas is a fan of the big-bodied man with the pineapples, and it looks like Avik is trying to counter with Ranger. Both of these picks work very well with Veil of Nav because it's such a vertical map. And there's a few very clear choke points, right? You've got the teleporter near Mega, the bounce pads near Heavy that you can really just shut down with those grenades by Keel. But on the other hand, Ranger can kind of circumvent that and can just orb right on top of the item whenever he wants. Now, map 2, Ruins of Sarnet, we're getting Strog versus Anarchy, a matchup we saw earlier on a different map, two extremely quick, mobile, and fast champions. Of course, the Peeker can serve Dramas very well with that extra damage, and on the other hand, the Injection we've seen used to great effect on a map the size of Ruins. And then last but not least, if it comes down to the tiebreaker, we are going to get Blood Covenant, where once again we're seeing Athena being played. She's really become S tier on this map versus the Visor.
And does any one of these maps particularly jump out at you as, oh, this could be a problem for either player?
I'd say if there's any that could really be a problem, I would say the final map for Dramas, just because he lacks any mobility whatsoever. Yes, he's got the piercing sight that will help him keep track of his opponent, will allow him to line up some of these shots, but if Avik tries to, say, for example, deny the railgun, right? What does Dramas have to get on top of it? Almost nothing. He will need to rocket jump to just get onto the rail if Avik is proactive enough and denies him access. So that will be a key point of contention for these players, and that could make for a very difficult and uphill battle for the American.
So, as I always love to do, pinning you up against the wall, who do you think is going to take this one? What is the score going to be?
I definitely don't think that it is going to be a 3-0. On map 1, I favor Dramas. On map 3, I favor Avik. Map 2, that's the big one, right? We know just how good Avik can be with the Anarchy on that map, but then of course Strog is really powerful as well. So I think that a lot is going to come down to Ruins. I'm feeling the Dramas train, you know, his past performances against top tier players, I think he could string Avik into that mix as well. But it is going to be close and it is going to be difficult. And I think that the Polish Prince really has a very solid chance of taking it home for him as well.
I Again, I have to be contradictory, I guess. I'm gonna go with Avik 2-1 simply because I know that Dramus loves to play a little bit crazy. He relies on these rails up close, and I feel like Avik will just break through that defense because eventually Dramus is just going to miss one, and it's going to open up the game in favor of Avik, because that Avik aggression that you talked about, he's going to be gunning for Dramus. So Dramus has to hit every single shot. I think it's going to be too overwhelming. I think Avik is going to take this one 2-1, but I think it's going to be really close, and I would love to be surprised and have Dramus take this one away, because it would just build up the Dramus stock so much more, and he would just snowball into this beast that he knew he was, but now everyone in chat is also saying, like, damn, this dude can play Quake. So,
oh yeah. Now, last time they played, 40 has been years ago. This is a rematch years in the making. They played at the kickoff of the Quake Pro League. So QuakeCon 2019.
Years ago.
3 years ago, yeah, absolutely.
So
and back then, it was Avik who won with a convincing 2-0. Now, of course, the dramas we're seeing today is not the dramas that we saw back then. And of course, Avik himself has evolved considerably as well. And I really think that this is going to be one of the closest matchups we'll see today.
I agree. I think Dramus has been evolving like a Pokemon. I don't know what stage he's at right now, but whatever it is, it's the one that takes down Titans in Quake Pro League, so it's fantastic to watch. Either way, looking forward to a close set as always. Chat has spoken and predicted that at least for map number 1, they're going to side with Avik on this one, 63%. But enough talk. Let's get into it. Map number 1, Veil between Avik and Dramus. We are live right now, week 8 of Quake Pro League, and we're starting off with Avik.
Avik immediately setting up a bit of a trap at the Rockets, waiting with the LG out, hoping that Dramus would just stumble around the corner and into him, but just look at that damage, the pineapples, the nades, they are hurting, and Dramus, absolutely no respect given, drops down with the railgun in hand and nails the shot.
And that's the crazy we were talking about. The fearlessness, the ability to say, I don't care what happens to me or my body, I'm going in. And it pays off for that one, but will it last? Rails exchange from both players as the heavy is taken by Dramus. We could trap him right here. There's another rail, but Avik doing a good job of making sure he's trading these rails and nothing is free.
Avik now definitely on the back foot. Manages to get at least one health bubble, puts him above railable threshold. But he is outgunned. All he's got to work with is a railgun. No LG, no rockets. Should be able to get at least one of them now. As Dramus is taking position on the heavy, and that was Polish Prince's opening, but now he's caught between a rock and a hard place. Yeah, that one opening grenade just told Dramus everything he needed to know. And now we basically get a reset. Avik in the exact same position. Heavy machine gun and rail. Down below, near the asset pits.
Missed rail there's Dramus able to evade. Almost gets clipped with that one. But for the most part, Dramus, dare I say, looking a little comfortable for now, Flea.
He sure is. Nice little delay between the items as well, 10 seconds. Now, of course, Avik does have the orb, and that is going to be the biggest thorn in Dramus' side when it comes to establishing full control and cycling the items, because he knows, right, that even if Dramus takes one, Avik can be so quick with the orb to just set up on the other, get on it, get off, and that's all that he will need to do. Look, out comes the orb. Slightly mistimed it. I don't know if he was ever really planning on going all in for that. But
I feel like it was a contingency plan, where it's like, if things go perfectly, maybe I could swipe it.
Yeah.
If not, at least I can get out of there. And that's good enough for now, because what Avik is doing is he's stopping the bleeding. He's not letting the score get out of control. He does need to try and fight for some of these items, as Dramus is running the map right now, but the trade of rail will help. Slightly missed opportunity there, and there's the dire orb again for a little bit of misdirection through the telly. And look at that play to steal the heavy. Beautiful from Avik.
You earlier said that Dramus was feeling comfortable. I think he's feeling confident. He's feeling cocky. He peaked with 8 points of health against Avik, who had just picked up the heavy.
Just hitting him with the classic flea. That's all he's doing right now.
Absolutely. I wonder how long that will continue to pay off, though. Because one heavy machine gun bullet to the face would have ended Dramus' first life. Nice rail. Sends his opponent down. Oh, rocket to the face as well. Beautiful. And he is on time for the Mega. But out comes that orb that is so dangerous. He has to give up positioning. And somehow, 2 points of health. And Avik can't quite seal the deal. Loses out on Mega as well. But there's still 12 seconds before Heavy. And Avik now has a bit of a stack advantage. All he needs is a weapon. And he can contest this.
Contested. This is underway right now. As the rocket damage is actually huge from down below, using that pillar really well. But he gets knocked down. He's going to miss out on the Heavy, I think. Who's going to drop first? It's a game of chicken flea. Oh, Avik!
Oh, he gets it. That's a solid silver lining for the pole.
And I wonder if Drama's realized, because the way he pushed into that was as if he had a bunch of armor, and he got melted with that LG.
I do think he realized. I just don't think that Dramus was expecting Avik to still be there. I think that he was expecting Avik to just go down towards LG, but nope. He was just holding his ground. Good rails as well, and a third one. A combo kill indeed, and now the rush for Mega. Avik, he's not going to contest for this, unless he hits a nice little string of rail damage here. But even then... I like how Dramus is playing this. Very controlled. Even going for the health bubbles first, knowing he's got the time to just offset the items a bit more. Still pick it up, make the absolute most out of it. This has been a rather repetitive...
Oh my god! It's controlled chaos, Flea. It's Dramus is playing positionally, but he's in the fights playing like an absolute psychopath, and he's hitting everything. And that's what I was talking about, where you question when his luck, so to speak, is going to run out, and he gets taken down there, but he's still up by 4, and his rails are just insane.
I'm just getting deja vus all over again. Like, what's that, the third, fourth time that we've seen Dramus hold the Heavy, Avik on top, Avik dropping down, and the rail getting him? We've seen that 3 times that Avik got the frag like that. But no more. Or Dramus got the frag, I mean. But no more. We've shuffled the deck. And now Avik is the one who's in the best position. He's going to secure the Mega. He's 3 frags down, but still plenty of time to work. And here we go, once again. Once again. The exact same fight. Oh, that's a lot of LG damage.
What?
And the rail.
Oh my god! How do you overcome that? I just don't understand. Dramus is hitting 75% rail. At one point, he was hitting 83%. And Avik is doing the right thing. He's taking high ground. He's dropping when it's safe. He's putting out massive amounts of damage. But at the end, Dramus is like, flick rail, done.
It's crazy to think that Dramus is hitting higher accuracy with every single main weapon. And he's the one with the bigger hitbox.
Ooh, but really nice play from Avik there.
Definitely an overextension by Dramus as well. Just running out into the open as he was still switching weapons. That's...
You're crazy. Dramus, you're crazy. He's playing Instagib on Veil.
76% rail. I love how literally more than half of all damage dealt by Dramus has been with just a railgun. How do you break that in your Avik? Good damage.
Good dire orb to get out.
Yeah.
Ooh, missing with that rail. Big rocket almost gets the combination. Almost timed that perfectly. And now is Dramus actually going to concede? It looks like he has, Flea. We did it. He's conceded an item, and he's not going to try and rail his way out of there. But he's still up by 4, and this has to be a comeback on Avik's part. Dramus is more than comfortable playing like this, and good cap from Avik there. Catches him out of the armor shard. Nice trap.
Yeah. He didn't even get the armor right there. Oh, Dramus, no. This is what I have been worrying about for the past 3 minutes or so, 40. The Dramus, yes, he's hitting a lot, but this aggression sometimes is just unwarranted. He's putting himself right in harm's way over and over again, and this is Avik you're talking about. We've got to give this man the respect that he deserves. And the moment that Dramas isn't just hitting ridiculous amounts of damage in every engagement, he's going to pay for it. Like, once again, he's just pushing on through with Railgun out into the room. This is... You started off by saying, this is confident. Then I said, or you said, this is comfortable. I said, this is confident. Now it's transgressed into cocky, and it's not working out for him.
Yeah, this is not good. He might be able to get this refrag here as Avik trying to escape. Doesn't have Dire Orb. A little bit of machine gun on the way out. It looks like Avik will survive. This should open the map up back in Dramas' favor. But as we mentioned before, Dramas, he starts missing some shots. Everything goes wrong. Big rocket.
Yep. He has to push this, and he should get the frag as well. LG kind of failing him a bit towards the end. Avik should not have been able to get...
Oh,
no! Again, caught out with the wrong weapon, though. Like, you can look at it and say, oh man, he got telefragged, but I'm looking at it and I'm going, well, he shouldn't have been there with the rail in his hand. That was too late. Avik already had way too much time to close the grab, and now where he...
Oh my god.
Thomas doesn't have LG. He can't take a mid-damage fight. He needs to trust once again on the rail and on the pineapples. This is madness for you.
A man after my own heart. Avik able to plant him with 25 seconds left as Drama's able to dig deep and pull out some magic to send us into sudden death.
Ten seconds to go. Nice little rebuttal on the rocket jump right there with the LG. He needs to push this. Out he goes. He can just sit on there. And indeed... Oh, nice rail at the end, but Avik simply had too much stack for Dramas to still get the frag right there. Oh, 40. I don't know how I feel about that one. I feel that's a little tragic. This did not have to go down that way. Dramas simply gave Avik the opportunity. He handed it to him on a silver platter with undue bouts of aggression, putting himself in harm's way, taking fights at close combat with nothing but the railgun in his hands. And then, yeah, you know, when you're 5-6 frags ahead, okay, you can do that once, you can do that twice, but you can't just keep doing it. And ultimately, that is what gave Avik such a clear avenue back in the lead.
I mean, I absolutely love it, but you can't win like that in the Quake Pro League. You can't do that. You can't rely on rails and pineapple no matter how good it feels. And if you do, and you're fortunate enough to get that 4 or 5 frag lead, then you have to switch and adapt and play a little more defensive and make your opponent come after you. And it looks like, as you said, Dramas plus forward, rail pineapples all day. It was working for him for so long, and then eventually you start missing, and then everything goes wrong and out the window, and that's exactly what happened. Avik able to claw his way back. 10-9. It's a testament to how tried and true Avik is as a professional, keeping his head in the game, knowing, hey, he's going to miss. This play style is not sustainable, and he's able to come out on top. And just really well played from Avik to hang in there and take that one back.
And that definitely was the map that I was favoring Dramas to win. That was the one that I had him pinned to, you know, he's gonna get that one to start things off with. But now, this is looking shaky for the American. He's an unsure footing right now. I think he has to drastically reconsider the battle plan. Because if he tries the same thing, Avik is ready for him right now. Avik knows how to deal with it, and it is not going to work out the same way, especially when you're playing Strog, right? We have seen in map 1 or series 1 with Nosfa how dangerous it can be when you're using Strog, or rather the Peeker, too aggressively, right? It opens yourself up to so much damage. If Dramas does that this map as well, he's not gonna have a good time.
We'll see if there's going to be a little bit of adaptation, or if Dramas is going to be like, you know what, if I would have hit more rails, I would have won. And I hope for his sake it's not that way. I hope that's not the strategy going into it, but it has paid off before, and that's almost a problem, right? You play a certain style and it works, you're like, yeah, this is fine. I feel fine, and then you run into a brick wall that is Avik, where he's like, I know you're going to miss eventually, and I'm going to capitalize. That's what we saw on map number 1. I mean, a huge lead for Dramas. I think chat was blown away, and then Avik just keeps coming back because Dramas keeps feeding these kills, trying to go for the shots that he thinks he'll land, and he doesn't. And it's just a detriment instrument, and you hope if you're a Dramas fan that he kind of polishes that up. I mean, still rely on the rail. It's a fantastic weapon. He uses it well, but he needs to know when to back off and not play those shotgun rail angles.
Here we go, map 2. Let's see how Dramas approaches this one. We're starting off on his point of view. He's got the Strog, very nimble, not quite as fast or as mobile as Anarchy is with that air control, but still, very solid pick for a map like Ruins. And he's immediately got his hands on the railgun. He knows that Avik doesn't have it yet. The Polish Prince, representing Team Endpoint, cannot really take these long-distance fights. Good use of the Peeker as well. He knew that Avik didn't have anything to take it down instantly, and so he just went for it.
Still denying the rail. I like it from Dramas here.
Yeah.
He has a game plan.
Oh! Yep. That, he was completely caught off guard right there. Came out of the teleporter looking straight left.
Oh.
Avik was waiting on the right-hand side. And now Avik does get his hands on the railgun. He's fired 2 shots, hit both of them. And now it's Dramas who needs to get a rail.
He is able to grab one after a little bit of rocket damage. Grabbing an armor shard as well, but Avik in the lead by 2, has a Mega to work with. There's the Peeker around the corner as Avik trying to do damage, trying to bend that rocket like Beckham. Can't quite get the damage he wanted. Dramas will drop down. Avoids the vials, wants to position for heavy a little bit in advance here. Needs this one to try and get that stack going. Needs to be careful though.
Good positioning. Oh, but no, that rocket. Just 30 points of damage. Switch to LG. Oh, Dramas. I don't know if he expected Avik to have much more health than he did, but the slightest tickle of LG or even machine gun would have ended it right there, and he still goes for the rail. I think that was his opportunity. If he had killed him with LG, he had a clear route to get Mega. Small armor as well. Set up for heavy. I mean, he still managed to do all those things, but Avik is still alive. Avik still has all the weapons. He's still got a fully decked arsenal.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the Drama style of play, right? Where he's up close and he switches to rail instead of shotgun or LG or any of that, and you know, it's gonna come back to haunt you as it did in map number 1. But Drama's firmly believing in his playstyle and his ability to just land the shots he needs. Avik just squeaking on by, saying, "Excuse me." And there's the drive-by rail from Dramas.
Good.
Can he close out the frag, though, Flea? That is the question.
Nah, he knows he won't be able to. He hears the bounce pad on top and the rockets, knows that he's in no position to chase Avik in that situation. Now Mega is up. Oh no, Avik!
He did it! He switched to rail up close! And it works! Off the spawn, he does get a rail. He wants one more. Is Avik going to drop down? He is. He's caught in the courtyard. There's the Peeker for a little bit of extra damage. He should be able to push in with LG and get this frag, and he does. So no swap to rail on that one, Flea. He's able to swap. Okay. Off the spawn, can he get this one too? And he does!
Oh my.
Okay.
That was a lot of machine gun damage from Avik, though. That was nuts. Ultimately, it was a little bit of a fumble by Avik. I generally liked his positioning near Mega, right? He knew that Mega was up behind him, but he didn't just want to pick it up. He wanted to take the fight first, incur some damage, and then drop right back onto it to stack right back up. But one bad rocket just bounced him off course, and so he couldn't pick up Mega, and Dramas capitalized off that perfectly. And now he is securely in the lead, 2 points ahead. And he still goes for the rail.
Oh my god! Oh my god, what a combo!
He can't shake it, 40. He just... The urge, it's too strong. He's compelled to whip out the rail whenever he's closer to his opponent than, say, 5 or 10 meters. He has to go for it.
I would like a formal inquiry into the contract and stipulations for Dramas, because I feel like he's getting paid per rail. Avik able to push in there and grab the LG and make it count. There's the mad dash for the heavy, and Dramas will actually come out on top, both in damage and item. And yeah, I mean, he's got the urge for rail. If it's working, why not? There's the Peeker around the corner. I don't think he got any damage off that. Somehow able to take it out right in the nick of time is Avik.
Looking for a rail angle. Yeah, both players will get one, but that is going to favor Avic. He's got the injection, he's got the Mega. Especially if he can take a fight on heavy now too. Out comes the rails, one, twice, but won't be enough. Yeah. I mean, you love the plays when they work out, right? The beautiful combos, the switches to the rail, the marvelous flicks. But when it doesn't, 40, you are left wondering, you know, what would have been like if he had just switched to rockets, to LG, just cleaned it up like that.
Ooh, dodging that rocket, and there's the peeker play, a little bit of damage. And yeah, again, it looks great when it works, and when it doesn't, you just sit there like, why don't you just use shotgun? But despite all of that, still up by 1, hitting decent percentages of rails, and still has some item control across the map, so it's not dire, but Avec looking to try and tie this up here shortly, maybe within the next cycle of items even.
Solid shot. Keep in mind, Anarchy does have that lower base stack, so those 90 damage rails, they hurt all that much more. Oh, Avec. Nice combo. Avec was like scoping out the room, you know, was feeling the situation. Can I make a move? Figured he could go for it. Dramis comes blazing through the doorway. He tries to drop down still, make a reverse, hightail it out of there, but nope. Dramis had him dead for rights, and that rail shot, beautiful.
Dramis, you could tell. What a flick!
This should be a frag for the American. Nope. Good thing for Avec that the small armor was up there.
Wow.
That's one of the reasons why it's so difficult to play light champions on ruins. Yes, they work well because it's a map where you can make good use of that mobility, but on the other hand, the small armors that you are so dependent on when you're playing a light champion, they are difficult to get. Both of them are way out in the open on a little square of their own, and going for them opens yourself up to a lot of easy railgun damage. Promise is making really good use of that. Nice bit of damage. Doesn't get the final kamikaze, but doesn't really need to either. Still has the upper hand. Not anymore. Not anymore.
How? How? It's insane to watch, Flea. Dramis gets another one. He's up by 4, and the time is ticking. Avec is in a position where he needs to start putting more pressure on and trying to get these frags back, because Dramis is mobile enough to just run away if he wants. Good rails from Avec now.
Yeah, very good. No way Dramis is gonna get out of here alive. We gotta be careful, or rather Dramis has got to be careful that we don't see a repeat of the previous map 40, because it could very well happen. He could very well overextend, take these fights he shouldn't. I love that play by Dramis, by the way, dropping down on his own body because he knew that Avec hadn't picked up the railgun yet. And I don't know if Avec was expecting him to have rail already.
Oh no, he's gonna get
That's what I'm
hit.
talking about.
4 HP, somehow hits a rail. Can he hit another one? Oh, and it's happening, Flea.
That's what I was
a nightmare
talking
spiral.
It is what I was talking about, 40. He could have left. He could have left. He didn't need to stay and take a fight from what was objectively an abysmal position, a bad angle. Switches to rail again. Doesn't connect. Good thing he had the peeker. Peeker saved him right there. And now with a minute left to go, the objective for Dramis is simple. Survive. That's all he needs to do.
A rail and a dream, and 50 seconds for Dramis to try and take this map and send us into a third as the decider. Can he do it? He's got the mobility as well. He's also got a rail in the butt. There's a great damage rocket and the peeker. That's huge into the LG, and Avec needs to hit some miracle damage here. And he does as the rails come out and they miss in 30 seconds for a frag.
He could have just stayed underneath. 2 health bubbles there to work with. Bait your opponent, force them into dropping down, take the fight with the rockets at close range or LG to at least hurt them as much. Didn't have to jump out in the open and go for the big rails. But it looks like it should all still work out in the end. Dramus has got the stack to survive. He's got the speed to outmaneuver Havoc in those final few seconds. But why? Why does he keep cutting it so close, 40?
I don't know, but I think he loves it. Chat and I think us on the desk having a heart attack here. But in the end, Drama's able to run away with it and say, keep my Rail's name out of your mouth. And he takes map number 2, ties the set at 1 apiece. But again, we saw moments where it was just like it's happening again. Be it overconfident, be it whatever. He's just giving up frags that he doesn't need to give up. You can just leave. You don't have to do this.
Map 3, it's gonna be it's the big unknown, right? I generally, looking at the picks, I favored Dramus. No, wait, because Dramus was playing the Visor, I believe. So I was favoring Havoc. Yes, indeed, I was favoring Havoc to take home the last map because of the mobility advantage as the Athena. I don't know. This is a big, big unknown. Because for the final map, right, Dramus is kind of lacking that innate ability to go hyper aggressive, right? Map 1, he was playing Keel, so he had higher base stack to work with and he had the grenades. That allowed him to really apply pressure, really take those fights. Map 2, he's playing Strog and Peeker. Okay, so he's got the mobility, he's got the vials he can pick up whenever he's got the kill. He has the Peeker to work with, right? So again, solid tools to allow him to take those really aggressive fights. But now map 3, he's playing Visor, right? He doesn't have anything in terms of pure punching power. He doesn't have anything to work with in terms of speed. So I'm curious to see how that will factor into his decision-making. If we're still gonna see the absolute balls-to-the-wall aggressive pushes with the railgun in hand, or are we going to see him play it a little bit more cautiously? What do you think, 40?
I think we're just too far gone for him to swap now. I mean, we're looking at the match results for map number 1 and 2. This could have been a 2-0 for Dramus. He plays Veil a little bit differently. We could have been in a world where it's 2-0 going into the third for a potential 3-0. But because of that playstyle that he's not willing to give up, we're at a 1-1 situation. So, I mean, you could argue it both ways. That playstyle got him the victory. That playstyle lost him map number 1. I don't know, but I think he's committed. He's dug in. He's going to go with the classic on map number 3 as well. I think the only deciding factor that could come into play, as you mentioned, Visor doesn't really have any great abilities or mobility tactics. Does have vision, but more so than that, the stack. I mean, 1 rail on Athena is infinitely more crippling than 1 rail on Visor. So depending on how he controls items, maybe the playstyle will work? I don't know. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to find out, but I know chat loves it. I know my heart can't take it. I feel like you're kind of the same because it's just interesting and it's just mind-blowing to watch Dramas commit to this play and then make it work.
Looking at the predictions right now, chat is heavily in favor of Havoc, and I'm inclined to agree. Looking at the performance so far, as well as, of course, what we just discussed, the champion picks for this final map, I think that the Athena, yes, of course, she's much weaker to that railgun damage, but on the other hand, she is so mobile. She really is an S-tier pick on Blood Covenant in the right hands. So let us see how Dramus will counter that. Starting off on Avic's point of view, Dramus immediately using the piercing sight ability. Neither player has railgun yet. Dramus will rocket jump to get a hold of it, but doesn't seem that interested in trying to deny it. He instead just makes the swap, and I think he's kind of going to allow Havoc to get away with picking up rail while he makes a move for the LG.
Oh, big defensive rocket there from Havoc. I think he heard the vision pop too, but in the end, Drama still hits a rail and it ties it up even after the big rocket damage from Havoc.
Yep. Good positioning from Havoc right there. I love how he left the green armor up for a little while, expecting to maybe take a bit of damage in return, so that he still had that extra armor boost to fall back on if it were to come down to it. Oof, that is a costly moment to drop down and look away for Havoc. He had solid position to try and at least deny entrance to the heavy room somewhat, and then he looked away at the worst possible time, takes a rail in the back, And now Dramis is looking really good in terms of item control. And that's gotta hurt 40. That's the third rail that Avik has kind of missed like that, where his opponent was just kind of coming at him. And those are mistakes that you can't afford to make at this level.
Avik, big rocket. This should be a frag too, and it is, but on the way out does hit one final rail. So potentially softening Avik up, but he's going to go up the jump pad. A little bit of damage. Ooh, needs to be careful of the float.
Yeah. But Avik's got to be careful of his own as well. 45 points of health. One bad burst of tribal damage, and that'll all dissipate in an instant. There we go. Avik's starting to hit some of these rails. It's exactly what he needs to do. Oh. Wrong weapon out. I understand why he had the LG in case Avik, or Dramis rather, was still sticking around.
Wow. Big pickup there on that Mega. Avik needs to make a mad dash for the heavy, and he will, as it looks like Dramis trying to make his way to the rail. Oh, baby! Avik read that perfectly and served that up hot and fresh for Dramis. What a shot.
He knew Dramis still didn't have the rail, and he timed it to perfection. Absolutely nasty. Not that much time between the items, around 8 seconds, and that heavily favors Avik, because there's no way that Dramis can string them together with the same consistency at the same breakneck speed that Avik can do playing Athena. Oh, but Avik kind of caught in a bad spot right there. Rocket bouncing him against the wall, doesn't really have a clear way out. Took a lot of damage from the heavy machine gun. This might be a frag for Dramis, indeed it is. And he gets to pick up Mega for his trouble.
But look at Avik going straight for the rail now. Almost role reversal here as Dramis using other weapons and realizing they can do damage as well. Big rails from Avik as he picks up the heavy. But Dramis has his favorite in hand now. Approaching the 4-minute mark. Can he find the shot? He does. One more might do it. And it plants him right in the kneecap, Flea. Tied at 2 after all of that.
Dramis probably figured that the damage with the other weapon was some kind of strange glitch, because he's right back on just a rail. He's like, what was that? How did I get damage? I didn't even have rail out. Disregard. Back to the fundamentals. Railgun. That's his bread and butter. And so far on this map, it's worked out quite nicely. Even though 40, I think we can both agree, he doesn't have the most favorable champion pick when it comes to this matchup. Dramis is still keeping it a tight game.
Yeah, I mean, unorthodox playstyle, maybe we can call it. It's working out for now. Tied at 2. He's reading well. He's using this vision to close the gap and hit a beautiful rail. Just missing out on that damage.
Yeah.
The read was there, but unfortunately off the mark. As we are officially 5 minutes in, 5 minutes left to figure out which one of these players can take the set.
He's going for it? Again?
Not once, but twice!
Oh, Dramis. This man is off the hook. And somehow it pays off. I was thinking to myself like, oh man, he can count his blessings. He got off the bounce pad with that little damage taken. And then he just goes in for it again.
He's like, I'm gonna do it again.
All
and
gas,
people
no
at home throwing their mice at their monitors like, how can he keep getting away with this?
But that does mean that Avik should be able to take away the Mega. Dramis, there we go. He needed that shot to make it worth his while. Otherwise, the heavy machine gun from Avik was definitely the winner there. Kind of caught by surprise, Dramis. Definitely wasn't expecting Avik to just make way for that spot on the map. And now we're all tied up again. Oh, Dramis was getting ready for the float right there. He was in a good position for it too, but Avik had the game sense to hold back. Not show his face when he didn't need to.
Yeah, really smart play there from Avik, knowing something seems too good to be true. Vision popped. Drama's good LG to push Avik back. Still doesn't have rail, but finally will make his way back to his tried and true. His bay, if you will, Flea.
Yeah.
Can he use the rail to take this set 2-1? I mean, it's going to be not purely all rail, but a lot of it heavily relying on the rail. And LG on LG comes up short. Avik is able to take the lead, but he's extremely weak.
But Dramas doesn't have any weapons to fight with, and he doesn't have the mobility, right? He's got nothing to close the gap. He's lucky that Avik overextended right there. Giving him a good opportunity to tie it up again. Especially with the Mega right at Dramas' feet. That was a very, very good moment for him to get the frag.
So much damage. That was beautiful work from Dramas. And he gets a free rail for it, too. He gets rewarded.
I feel like we've seen that a few times now. Avik's sticking around a little too late. You know, he's like, he peaks, he's got a way out, but then he overstays his welcome by half a second maybe, and before he knows it, he's either dead or he was just peppered with a massive amount of damage on the exit. So he's got to be careful about that.
And Dramas, again, just does not want to give up the rail right now. Avik waiting. He'll hook up. Grabbing armor, trying to get that stack as high as he can here. He's actually going to push with LG, and again, Drama's caught out with rail, taking unnecessary damage. Just all this extra damage somehow hits a rail, almost gets another one. 2-minute warning, Flea.
That would have been huge if he landed that second shot as well. Indeed, 2 minutes left to go. 1 frag of a deficit for Avik. Still very possible, especially with the speed that he's got to work with. Oh! Solid play from Avik. Nice rocket there. Oh! Dramas has to be ready for that aggression, right? We've seen that before. Dramas caught looking the wrong way, and before he even knows it, Avik has already zipped all across the map and is right on top of him. So the American, representing Dragonborn Esports, has to be so careful. Excellent hook by Avik right there. I think he would have probably died if he didn't use the hook to get onto the Mega in time and to deny another angle to Dramas.
Wow, what a play from Avik there. That could have been disastrous, but using those hooks to just get out of range from rail and able to tie it up, and we are a minute 5 away from potential sudden death right now. Dramas, in a bad way, gonna get rockets? No, he's gonna nail jump over, make his way to the Mega potentially, but he knows, he smells that Avik is going that way, and needs to be careful. He's going to push this. He's going to hedge his bets right now, Flea.
Oh, I don't know about this 140. Yeah. Saw that one coming from a mile away. Same with the previous engagement as well. Why didn't Dramas just leave? When Avik picked up the Mega, that's such a shoddy angle to be at. And instead he just stuck around. Could have made a move for LG, could have gotten an out, but nope. Gave up the frag. And now he's the one who's trailing.
Trailing, and Avik is keeping the high ground. 20 seconds left. Dramas does not have a rail to use. He's going to grab the armor shard, and he's just got to go all in. And chasing an Athena could be a nightmare. Avik actually giving him an opportunity, but also taking it away with the LG, knowing that he could put the nail in the coffin with that. And Avik is able to take this one. And it was close. It was unorthodox, but in the end, Avik says, you know what? Fundamentals are important. 8-5, ties it up in a bow. 2-1 for himself. He's a little gift. And yeah, that one was close, but again, it comes down to that play style, just relying on the rail a little too much in almost every turn for Dramas. But a fantastic play, but you know, big shouts to Avik for being able to take it, playing better fundamentals. But huge shouts to Dramas, just because there was a time that you mentioned, you know, he got absolutely whooped by Avik, and we wouldn't have even thought the set would get this close. And so I just want to, you know, big shouts to Dramas for how much he's progressed over Quake Pro League. It's been a sight to see. Whether you believe in the play style or not, I don't really care. It's just, you know, he's showing that he is growing as a player and getting better and better.
Yeah. It is indeed a sight for sore eyes, looking at Dramas just stringing together those beautiful shots. But today, Avik was simply the stronger player. Like you said, the fundamentals were too good, and Dramas made a few too many mistakes. And Avik, well, it's Avik we're talking about, right? You have to treat him with the utmost respect, because this man will eviscerate you if you even make the tiniest of missteps, and that's what happened repeatedly. Yes, at times, Dramas' rail, the magic pulled them through, but overall, Avak, he just had the consistency in his favor, you know, just constantly landing the shots when it mattered the most, taking those fights at the right time, the right situation. There were a few times I felt where Avak, you know, also overextended, kind of gave too much free damage to his opponent, but generally speaking, Avak had good picks, good strategy going into this, and especially on the final map, he played that to perfection. Congratulations, Avak, well-deserved victory, and of course, congratulations to Team Endpoint as well.
Yeah, as we take a look at the summary of every map, I mean, I can't help but think Dramus is going to come back and review the VOD and be like, man, if I just would have done X differently on Veil, it would have been 2-1. Could have been a 3-0. It could have been all different. Whether he uses that to review his playstyle and iterate, or just say, nah, next time I'll just hit more rails. That's up to him. Either way, it's amazing to watch on our end. So big shouts to both players. Avik for taking it, Dramus for putting up a great show, if nothing else. So, yeah, I mean, any final thoughts on that wrap?
I mean, it's just, these matches were a joy to watch, right? Like you said it yourself. Yeah, you can discuss Dramus' play style. Is it optimal? I would argue it isn't. It's definitely is a little
up for debate, I would say.
A little risky. Yeah, up for debate is putting it nicely. But it's so fun to watch. And when those shots do connect, it is indeed a joy. So Dramus, he played it well. I do hope that he kind of adjusts, that he adapts, that he maybe tones it down a bit, because who knows how high he can soar if he makes those adjustments. But nevertheless, these matches are pure, unadulterated fun, and I'm here for it.
And we got 2 more on the way. 2 down, 2 left to go, and that means that Papa Wheat's going to join us and keep us in line here on the desk. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more Quake action. Don't go anywhere. Week 8 of the Quake Pro League is halfway done. It is 40 Lions here with the one and only Flea. And Flea, you know the deal.
Oh,
Last
yeah.
2 matches, we bring in Papa Wheat, and everybody in chat, enjoy the hair because it's going to be gone soon. Wheat, how are you? Glad to have you.
It's gone. It's gone. It's all going to depend on if Scale Bearer wins or loses. But because Scale Bearer always loses, then obviously I'm going with my haircut on 420. Nonetheless, what's up, gentlemen? Happy Saturday. Good to be here for Week 8 of the QPL. Excited for the 2 matches that we've got. I felt like the first 2 matches were great too, so I might get a quad presentation of awesomeness this weekend.
Hoping.
I sure hope so, yeah. Zeneku versus Maxter, right? 40, I didn't mean to cut you off right there, so go ahead, take it.
No, I was just going to say Zeneku, so I can keep saying it and not saying it wrong. Yes, Zeneku Maxter, it should be fantastic. Flea, I mean, whoever you want to talk about first, both players are amazing in their own right. Maxter coming off, I think it was like a 3-week bye initially in the beginning of the season, so he's catching up on his matches. Why don't you go ahead and take it away?
I mean, Maxter is, other than Kilson, the only player in the Quake Pro League who is still undefeated. So far, he has played Sparty, Chain, and Wenger, and he's beaten all of them. Now, of course, those are also the only 3 matches he's had to play. So he's played significantly fewer games than the other players in the league, but nevertheless, still undefeated and looking good.
And I mean, both of these players, I think, you look at the history of the QPL and you look at their own progress and you look at their own training and methods and how they've gone at it. And these are 2 players that I think everyone can be impressed with, right? They've put up some pretty phenomenal responses or some phenomenal results over the last, few years. And I think it makes this particular matchup that much more exciting because you've got 2 players that have a somewhat similar story in terms of the way that they have picked it up and the way that they have certainly come in and, in my opinion, made some pretty big waves here in the QPL.
Absolutely. I think both players coming in, making waves, as you said, and just growing into their play style and showing the world they absolutely deserve to be here, and they could take down the Titans. So let's take a look at the picks and bans. Let's get a better picture of what's going down here as we take a look. And Flea, as always, I'll let you do the rundown for us.
Starting it off, Scale Bearer. Wheat's favorite is coming out to play, and we know that if anyone can use this intergalactic warlord well, it is Zeneku. And he's going up against Galena. First time we've seen Galena today on Ruins of Sarnath. Now, map 2 will then be Insomnia. Once again, first time we're seeing this map. Ranger versus Clutch. Hello! 40, you alerted me of this before we even went live, telling me, hey, Flea, Maxter is going to be playing Clutch today. And that is indeed something to be looking forward to. And then lastly, Corrupted Keep. Once again, Zeneku staying with that theme of his, of the big body brawlers. Keel is coming out to play versus the BJ Blazkowicz. Pretty standard picks there as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty interested in the Clutch on Insomnia. I mean, the last few weeks, Insomnia seems like it's kind of been put in the back closet, right? Hasn't been allowed to come out. Players still sort of finding their own style and groove and establishing the meta on that map. And so I'm excited to see it here in the feature matches, but even more so in the fact that we're getting these Clutch played by Maxter, I think is pretty great. The other thing just to note is that, you see Zeneku with the champs on his side. It's a pretty, this is like a beefy series between all of these choices here, and so I think it's going to make for a good clash across the board. But that is widely different than kind of what we've seen the last couple weeks in the featured matches. We've seen a couple of Scales versus Anarchy, where Anarchy has come out on top multiple times. So I do like the selection that we're getting from both players. Zeneku kind of in my opinion sort of going on the heavier side, and I think Maxter picking into that well.
I'm so interested. I don't know whether the Clutch pick was specifically just because it's Insomnia or if Maxter just has a sleeper Clutch. I'm so excited to watch Maxter play Clutch because it's rare that we see other players pick up Clutch because it is a hard learning curve and you get punished so immediately and so easily when you mess up with Clutch because he's gigantic. So very much looking forward to map number 2. But Wheat, since you're new to the table for today, if I were to pin you up against the wall and ask for a prediction, who do you think is going to take this one?
Well, gosh, looking at these picks and bans, I think it's tough. I'm actually going to go with Maxter 2-1 on this one.
I'm gonna back Wheat on this one. I also think that it will be a 2-1 Maxter. I was also looking back at their previous games, and while Zenuku has won the most recent encounter, overall Maxter still has won most of their matches when they played in major tournaments as well as the Quake Pro League. So I do think that Maxter has been looking really good these past few weeks. Looking at the champion picks, it's going to be a difficult one, especially map 1 and 3, and then the second map, yeah, of course, the clutch. I think that's the big unknown, the mystery. How well does the robot play on Insomnia, and how well can Maxter play him? And I think that if he can put up a solid performance there, this should be going to Maxter.
I kind of agree with the map 2 being the tell-all, because to me, I feel like Maxter knows how to play against Scale, especially on Ruins. He's done it before, hitting that amazing string of rails against Wenger. Sorry, Wenger, I had to put you on the spot. For me personally, love the Keel pick for Zen on CK, so that's a 1-1, and then it leaves map number 2 for who can take that one. So I'm kind of up in the air for once. I don't really know what side to lean on. I guess flip a coin for me. Yeah, I don't know. I always commit. I always overly commit, all right? I'm like Dramas out here on the casting desk. I'm just going plus forward, committing to everything except for this time.
It.
I don't know. But either way, it should be a fantastic set. So very much looking forward to it. If I could take a quick peek at the predictions and see what chat thinks. Pretty even. 53 in favor of Zanaku, 46 now dropping, for Maxter. So I think it should be an even game, boys.
I like that. It's always good when the predictions are that close. So yeah, it is. I think it'll be a good one. Which players coming with the fire this morning? We're gonna find out.
We'll see who wants it worse. For now, Flea, I'm going to let you take a break. I've been talking your ear off the entire day. And Wheat and I will take this one. But take care, and we'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, see you in a moment.
Boom. Teleported.
Done.
40, what's up? Good morning.
Morning.
First map, Ruins, the Scale versus the Galena. Yeah, we've seen some really wild Scale games. And I want to go back to something you mentioned about the Keel on Corrupted Keep. I think that it's really going to come down a lot to, right, how much grenades assist Zeneku in those types of situations. BJ, we've seen a lot of players, using that double LG, right? Some of the double machine gun that we've been seeing. Shoot, even some like double shotty. But I think it's going to widely depend on just those grenades. And some players seem like they have the grenades of homing, and other grenades seem like they have the grenades of warding. So which one are we going to get today? I don't know, but all three of these matchups, in my opinion, are pretty great. I kind of hope we get to a 1-1 situation going into Game 3 because, well, I mean, we always think that. But in this particular case, I think that would be a good one.
I think I'm right there with you every step of the way. I feel like it's up to Zeneku to kind of use those pineapples, be it for zoning or directs. I mean, you can use them either or, but right now, map number 1, this is going to be the start of it all. Who's going to start the set with momentum? Scale versus Galena live on Ruins right now between these two, and we're going to start off on Zenaku.
I mean, and he got just the best possible start that he could. He's looking at the heavy off of the spawn 40, and that has just got to put a smile on his face. Has already gotten kind of the key weapons that he wants, his RL, his rail, his LG. So I think of all of the possible starts Zeneku could have gotten, that was the one that he wanted. Now, did that result in the frag? No, it didn't, because both players kind of playing this one a little slow. Now Heavy is back up, but so is Mega. Mega's there, and Zeneku knows exactly when Heavy is. Is he going to try to go for it? He does, but knows he cannot get down there. So started off 44, first rails exchanged, and we are underway.
And not bad for Zen. At the very least, he took out those totems, and that is something he's going to have to keep up. As Maxter getting that overstack could be catastrophic. There's another totem down, as you see from Zen's point of view. Of course, he doesn't know that, so he has to go out of his way in between fights, in between items, to make sure he's clearing out totems as quick as he can.
And I think that's going to be also crucial for this matchup. You know, we've just seen too many situations where totem clearing wasn't prioritized, and, you know, it ends up kind of biting a player in the ass a little bit. So still 0-0 as we do not have much time between these major items, 40. And I feel like, you know, Zeneku looking for an opportunity to grab that Mega and possibly go in and grab that Heavy. This time he's going to swap, and he knows that that Mega is about to be up, so he's going down for the Heavy, defends it well with the rails, some Tri-Bolt to keep his opponent out, and now look at that little bit of extra air using that Plasma there. It's not going to yield him anything, but still 0-0 as we hit the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, nice and slow out of both of these players. Do love that little Plasma climb for the extra verticality to try and get a cheeky rail off, but it doesn't pay off. No damage yet. Firmly tied at 0, and it looks like items will be swapped yet again. So nice slow start, Weed. I mean, both players, a little bit of respect, waiting for the perfect opportunity. A little bit of rail damage, or excuse me, rocket damage, not too big. Maxter wants more, and there's the Bull Rush. But Zen wisely doesn't commit to it, doesn't want to take any unnecessary LG, especially going up that big jump pad.
I mean, it's a little bit of change in how some players might choose to play this scale, right? Choosing to get a little bit more offensive, a little bit in your opponent's face, and that's not necessarily how I'm seeing Zen play this out at all. In fact, that Bull Rush was very much there might be an opportunity here. Oh, there's not. I'm out, right? So it was a disengagement. But I think that even more so, since we've been looking a lot through Zen's point of view here for the most of this match, and there, hold on, there's a rail with some LG coming out. Zen looking for a shot, a rail hit back. What, is Maxter going to move forward here? He's still trying to put on some level of pressure, but what I was going to say is that Maxter's play through Zen's eyes has been pretty impressive, right? He has not been showing himself as much. He's got his totems down. They're spread out. They're in places that Zen is going to have to work at to get. And 3 minutes and 17 seconds in, this might be really slow, but it's a pretty masterful little game that we're seeing being played by both. Maxter making sure he doesn't get caught up in the aggression of Zen with that scale, and let's see if it's going to net him that first frag.
Yeah, not bad at all. Great rail there from Zeneku, and takes out a totem. And you almost wonder if Maxter's just playing so slow because he kind of wants to bait Zen into maybe prematurely using a Bull Rush to try and gain an advantage where there isn't one, and then playing right into Maxter's hand. So nice slow play, and again, items traded between the players.
He is definitely, you know, being very disciplined with that Bull Rush. And hold on, big rocket comes out to a rail, a second rail, and that is going to put Maxter with almost 0 armor stack. Very, very low. And again, Zen's not necessarily going to push there where I think he could. Instead, he drops down a lower level, does hit a rail, the Bull Rush to try to get some speed and momentum. It's not going to do much as he is hit with the defensive rocket. But with 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, that Heavy's picked up. Zen's looking to be in a good spot, and this will be the first time he's able to get both of those major items.
Zeneku more than willing to take that first rail after having the Mega just waiting there for him. Good time to take a fight and take some damage as he drops down for the Heavy. Perfect time, and it looks like Maxter already has overstack as well, so again, Zeneku needs to try and use the space between the items to clear out some of these totems. That one's an easy one right outside the telly. Missing with a rail there as Maxter kind of making his fortress up that jump pad near LG.
He is, and I you know, if there is one thing, so we're gonna have a fight here at the Mega. Mega's grabbed easily, some LG coming out from Maxter, but Zeneku handles it quite well. Again, Bull Rush is up. We're about to drop down to the Heavy. And yeah, I think the big thing that Maxter would love to hit is just some rails to give him some space, right? Zen's stack has been pretty ludicrous the entire game, right? There, finally, rails hit. In fact, in exchange, there's 2 rails, 40, and that's exactly what I was talking about. There's an open opportunity, and Maxter goes in for it. He smelled the blood on the floor. He hits the rail and then follows up with an LG for the first frag, and that was patience.
Absolutely. Just using the rail and chopping down that intergalactic warlord of a tree right there, waiting for the perfect opportunity. If I don't hit these rails, I'm not going in, and I'm staying away because I don't want to eat the Bull Rush. So Maxter has a game plan, and he's executing it to perfection right now.
I think Maxter has always, 40, been so disciplined, right? I mean, we've talked about that sort of ice cold, stoic face that Maxter often has on, where some people will wonder if his webcam is even working, right? Because he will just tend to be so very focused in the game. But I think what's most important is that we're actually seeing it through the eyes of this Galena, right? Just how patient and disciplined he's being here. And I mean, I have to give him a lot of props for that, because it can, you know, like Quake sometimes will bring out emotions in us, 40, right? Like, but for whatever reason, Maxter, he plays most like a robot, and I think that's pretty awesome.
Just ice in his veins, and you could tell the discipline by the posture. Look at that posture. I can only dream of having posture that well. Yeah,
QPL
hands down. And even now, giving up the mega positioning, the discipline, he doesn't want to take any unnecessary damage, wants to keep the stack high. More importantly for Zanaku, all of the totems are gone except for that one he just placed, so he's doing a good job of clearing out the overstack, making sure that doesn't come into play for the last about 3 minutes.
A nice rocket from above by Maxter, as he knows his opponent was down in that heavy. Heavy was actually delayed a few seconds there, which will be pretty interesting to see how that'll play out here in the final 2.5 minutes. A nice rail hit by Maxter. He's just waiting outside of that Mega. Now, Mega's going to be up. We got another totem in the back hallways. And one thing to observe here is that Maxter has also done a good job, in my opinion, of switching up those totem locations. He's not just kind of saying, this is where I put them on the map. He is mixing it up a little bit so they're a little bit harder to find, and so that he could set up some traps like that totem just up at the top of the jump pad.
Completely agree. Rotating the totems, making sure that Zen has to go and clear places that he hasn't maybe looked before. Has a very slow play here. Less than 2 minutes, and it's 1-0. Is Maxter going to take this one away? There's a good rail. Hangs in there for another one. Zen in a bad way. He can't really escape because of the totem on the jump pad, and he can't take time to shoot it. So that was just free damage for Maxter. He should be able to get this frag as well. There's the rocket. There's the bull rush. Is it going to be enough? He gets away? How?
Wow. Oh my gosh, if Maxter hit that rail, that would have been so godlike right there. Totem goes down to recover a little bit of health. Neither player with any armor stack at all. And again, Zeniku, you know, someone said that they didn't think Zen was playing cocky enough with scale. I think that's why players lose games, is because they play too cocky with scale. So, you know, while I do agree that with 1 minute left to go, he needs to step up that cockiness a little bit with scale, as he did try to do there. The bull rush did not connect. It was so very close. It could have been a tie game there, but decided to disengage. Unfortunately, now the burden's all on Zen. He has got to rush this down. He's got to get that one frag and at least try to take it into overtime.
Maxter gets hit with a rail, no armor. He's going to go back up the jump pad as a surprise play, and Zen is ready, picks him out of the sky, ties it at 1, and now this is bad. This is bad!
My
oh!
God. Cover the eyes of the children in the room, 40.
Not like this. Zen has 30 seconds to try and tie this up. He does have a rail in hand. That might come up big, and he misses with the drive-by rail. He's going to grab the armor shard. Now it's just go time, Wheat.
It is. There it was. That was the cockiness. It came out right there. He knew the time was running away, and now Maxter trying to do his best impression of a light champion, Zen trying to do the best impression of a light champion as he is running away and putting himself in great spots here. There it is. The buzzer hits, and Zen takes that one 2-1. And, you know, 40... Again, you know, my biggest, right, let's break down the scale thing with me, right? It really comes down to sometimes, I think some players will be like, hey, I'm on scale. I'm on this beefy boy. I've got this bull rush. Like, you know, I've got a lot of utility here. But I think it sets up for some weird situations, right? And then I'm like, well, gosh, why'd you get too cocky there? Why'd you like play this champions like it's indestructible? And I think Zen played it perfectly that game, just perfectly. Yes, I'm sure that looked kind of frustrating from his perspective, like not really being able to get it, not being able to clear out all the totems, but that was an incredible final 90 seconds. And we talked about the patience of Maxter. I think you've got to call out and appreciate the patience there for Zen too. That was so well done. And that was an impressive scale game right there to me.
I completely agree. I mean, it wasn't that high scoring. We've had bloodbaths all day, and this was way more of a chess match. And I think it was a matter of, like you said, both players just waiting for the perfect opportunity, not taking anything for granted, and especially Zeneku not saying, hey, I'm this big champion who could bull rush and do damage if I run into you. And he's like, that's fine. I'll use that stack that I have to do better, more calculated attacks, and that's exactly what we saw. 2-1. I think that was one of the best games we saw today, and I know a lot of people will say, what are you talking about? I think just in terms of the chess match, the ability to kind of have self-control and play calculated, that was a great map to watch.
And the next two are going to be equally great as well, as Insomnia kind of making a return. We saw it in the earlier weeks 40, and then we saw it in, the kind of take a backseat, and now it is sort of showing its face again. So I haven't really seen either of these players approach this one, and typically we have seen the Ranger on Insomnia. That's something we see often, but the Clutch, that's kind of like the highlight variable that we're seeing right here.
I totally agree. I really wonder if this is just a pocket pick on Insomnia or what. So we'll have to find out as the weeks come by. But for now, very excited to see Maxter on this Clutch, and I'm very excited to see you just piping people in the chat. We just lay it down sometimes. You got to let them know.
Imagine someone saying,
let
watch
the children
some
know.
Professional commentary to me. Why don't you go watch the last 20 years of my career, sucker? Again, I'll say it right here. Like, when you're sitting in this seat, you can commentate. If you got a problem with it, I'm sure John Hill would love to hear your complaint, buddy.
I think what he's saying is kiss the ring, Chad. Kiss the ring.
It's also like there's an X on the browser window. There's like a mute button. I can hold my
hand
up
I feel
while
awful.
I'm speaking.
I shouldn't have even brought it up.
They can unmute it. Dude.
Yeah.
This is supposed to be fun anyway. I'm just having
Oh
fun.
God, that was awesome. Whew, I need to smoke after that
This
one.
is Quake, isn't it?
It is Quake.
We're doing it right. We're doing
You
it
can't
right.
handle it, get out of the arena. No. Yeah, Insomnia. That will keep him up all night, probably. So speaking of Insomnia, it's going to be map number 2. We're going to have Ranger versus Clutch. We've seen the matchup before today. Interested to see how it plays out on Insomnia specifically. Again, the Dire Orb, the verticality to get to the Mega, get around the map, and the rocket jumps themselves. But Clutch is just such a dodgy refrigerator, giant hitbox. The shield, there's a bunch of places to trap, but I mean, the whole map is kind of narrow corridor, so everything can kind of be a place to trap with the shield. So I'm just really looking forward to how both players approach it.
Yeah, I mean, the shield to me is always the key for a Clutch game, right? Obviously, for Clutch, it's what allows you to open up doors, get opportunities, etc. But for the player playing against the Clutch, it's kind of a game of trying to get that shield to be used, and then that's when your window of opportunity opens up. In some cases, it works out great for players. Orb can kind of allow that to happen like maybe more times than not, but that to me is going to be the key. The question is, how's that going to actually play out in Insomnia? That I don't know.
I agree, and we're going to get into it shortly. We're just having some reset of the servers, making sure all the players are happy and content before we jump into map number 2. And yeah, again, very close call in case you just tuned in. Zeneku took map number 1 over Maxter 2-1 in a very, very close Ruins game, a chess match. Highly recommend you check it out if you missed it. And it sounds like we're in Insomnia. So map number 2 shortly underway. We're going to get our wish. We're going to see how both players approach this, and specifically how Maxter maybe flies around on the Clutch. Live now, map number 2 between these two, and we're starting off on Maxter.
And instantly, you're going to be noticing some of that movement coming out by Maxter. And that's one thing I'm going to be focused on and keeping an eye on at 40, because, right, what are some of the things that you can do as a Clutch with that forward movement that Clutch has? Something to just keep in mind and to watch if Maxter pulls out any sort of neat tricks as he goes through this. But early on, and it looks like just like game 1, it'll start a little slow. Ooh, the pop-up to the shield, going to give him an opportunity. LG comes out, but it will not result in a frag. Maybe that's the kind of thing that Maxter might be looking to do here in this matchup.
Yeah, nice attempt at the trap, but he just didn't get the damage opening that he needed to try and finish it. So well done from Zanaku, also using the Dire Orb to dodge, get out of there. That's exactly what you want. Big rail, and he's going to go again. Maxter gives him an opportunity to take the frag, risking his life. Doesn't have any rockets, trying to fly around the map and gather resources, but you can see Zen's stack. He's firmly in control of this one right now, Wheat.
Yeah, Maxter kind of getting a little worse for wear there in that last engagement, but shields up. Nice defensive rocket. And again, anytime that shields up, I think the confidence level also comes with it a little bit, 40. It's not a I won't die situation, but it's certainly this will help me win a fight situation. And so far, Zen seems to be handling quite well. In fact, I would say his control's been very nice. There we see the shield pop after a nice hit with that rocket launcher, tries to land that rail, but Maxter, even though he comes out a little low, is opening up and making some opportunities happen here.
Huge denial with that rail shot there. And yeah, that skirmish was incredible from Maxter, doing so much damage, swapping to the shotgun. Can he get it? Next rail will take it here. Neither player willing to give up the angle. Oh boy, 41 HP, and Zanaku just with the buckshot up close, but he's still so weak. Refrag ability is here. He does steal the heavy, though.
Oh, nice. I mean, it hits that or misses that first rail. We do have the shield coming out. His opponent's very, very low, and with 4 hit points, Zen still somehow manages to pick it up. He orbs just so he knows he can get that mega, and that was that was not how I expected that exchange to go, 40.
Yeah, that and Zen just hanging by a thread both times now. You wonder when his luck is going to run out and when Maxter can actually capitalize, put himself on the board. Shield is back up as Zen takes the heavy, almost gets a telefrag through the telly there. That would have been soul-crushing.
There a few things are, but that's definitely one of them. As the shield really has not. I liked seeing Maxter kind of pop the shield and sort of an offensive aggressive at 1, 2 rails as Zen drops down and perfectly places those two. And right now, Zen just was not happy with our predictions. 40 is what I'm starting to feel like here, as he is really making a pretty wide gap here for himself on Insomnia, but 3 minutes and 18 seconds. There's still a lot of time, but what I was saying is that I don't feel like outside of some of those aggressive moments that the shield has been overly helpful. I'm not even sure, like the movement has helped a little bit, I think, in the element of surprise, but not a ton. There's another great frag coming out by Zen.
Yeah, it's almost a detriment, it feels like, because Maxter's kind of taking fights where he shouldn't even be there, but he pops the shield and says, this will be what I need to put myself over the top, and clearly that's not the case, as Zanaku is up 4-0 as we get closer to the 4-minute mark here. Good jump over, but the defensive rockets, fantastic from Zanaku, and he's just got the answer for everything, and he's got rails like that.
It's really been one of the big, I mean, Maxter's throwing out a few of his own, and I do like to see that because I think that's always going to be helpful in these engagements, but Zen's kind of taken off a lot of what he was trying to do in the last game too, and sort of hitting those rails. I think with the Ranger giving him a little bit more mobility, he's definitely had some more surprising rails on Maxter, and now Maxter incredibly low. Zen, I think he smells blood. Perfect plasma coming out of that teleporter. A rail does hit in the back, but he answers with one of his own, and that is the 5th unanswered frag.
Oh, and he drops down into LG. Is the shotgun going to be enough? And Maxter puts himself on the board using the Shoddy Pippin to get his first frag, and absolutely needed it to try and stop the bleeding and start clawing his way back into this one.
Now, there wasn't really an opportunity for a conversion frag off of that, but I think just stopping the momentum of Zen is a pretty phenomenal reward to get from there. So he's trying to rearm up. He's got himself a rail now. No RL yet. And missing, I guess, just about it. So what is he going to do? Pops the shield a little early there. Wasn't sure if he was just worried about getting assaulted from above, but LG comes out, and that was not a great engagement for Maxter, and Zen takes complete advantage of that, putting frag number 6 on the board.
And I'm failing to see kind of the game plan with Maxter. I mean, it looks like just take the fights, pop the shield, but even then popped it preemptively, didn't really have timing on the heavy, and all of these things are just leading to Zeneku just taking this away and blowing it out of proportion. 5 frags, maybe even more. It's looking a little dire right now for Maxter, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look, just, 62% rail from Zen and 53 from Maxter, so they are both kind of hitting some nice shots. There's another nice one from Maxter. We had the orb come out. Maxter very, very low again, and I think that's the surprising thing even for Maxter is that between shield and between some of these rails he's hitting, Zeneku is just dishing out an enormous amount of damage from a long distance or a mid-distance location. So less than 4 minutes left to go, and Zen's got a solid 5-frag lead here. Maxter just kind of trying to find the door to walk through.
There's the shield to try and fight at this Mega. Does decent damage with the fadeaway rail, but Zen can still take this fight, and he plants him with a rail of his own. The damage output just not where it needs to be for Maxter, especially when he's popping the shield weight.
Yeah, Zen's just doing everything right here. I think good usage of the orb is picking his fights really well. I mean, orb has been used a few times offensively, but mostly defensively and for positioning. But those shots right there, like that one that we just saw coming out of the teleporter, those have been the most effective shots in this game. Hitting those rails that are completely unanswered from your opponent, giving a huge, huge heads up or advantage. And then, of course, having the stack advantage is always good. Of course, Maxter does kind of fly into the room and says, no, it's not like this. And he makes a 5-frag game again, but this is still going to be tough for him.
And look at that, just relentless with the chase. Wants to make sure that Maxter doesn't get any kind of chain to frags here as the Mega's stolen and Zeneku just holding down that machine gun, Wade.
40, look right now at items. 13 heavy, 11 megas for Zen. Maxter, 2 heavies, 4 megas. That's huge, right? I don't care if your shield lasts 50 seconds and can take 10,000 damage. Like, that's still not going to put you in a good... Okay, maybe that would be pretty good if that was on a clutch. But in this situation, the control from Zen is so overwhelmingly in his favor that it's no surprise that there is a 6-frag lead between these two, and make it 7 as Zen easily picks up another one. 9-2 right now. And I'm glad I didn't say, put any wagers on that prediction, because Zen has completely turned this around.
Yeah, just amazing play from Zen on this one. And again, as you mentioned, the items, maybe some of these fights that Maxter takes, he has a better stack and using the shield. Maybe he could utilize it more, but okay, I like the rocket jump to get out of there and not get floated, but the shield comes out preemptively just in case Zen was going to chase. And he'll just take all that damage and back away.
It's one of those times I'd really just like to ask Maxter, obviously it didn't really work out in your favor. What was your plan? Right? What was it? It's just something I wish I would like to know. So I don't know. I'll have to hit him up on Twitter or something. 1 minute left. Zen's got this one. Ranger is pretty dominant here on Insomnia, but apparently the answer does not seem to be clutch, as we are seeing that from Maxter. He's had some decent plays, but Zen has just been too good on this map. The control, his aim, the way that he has even baited out that shield a few times. Zen definitely gets a blue ribbon for this one.
Yeah, really just solid play from Zen taking this one. Beautiful shotgun there. The shield has no power here, Wheat, as Zen is going to run away with this one. 12-2 with maybe more on the way. He's going to take the set as well after a very close first map, so going into the third, it's just going to be all gravy for Zen potentially.
Yeah, it is. Going into the third, a 3-0 sweep would be great, right? Yeah, we mentioned earlier that Zen's at 3-3 in his record, so this would put him at a net positive record. It'd be a first loss for Maxter, but he's still got some games to play, and there it is. Final score, what was that? Was it 12-2?
13-2.
13.
Yeah.
There was one last frag in there. But yeah, as you said, Zen comfortably takes that series. Comfortably. That first game was pretty close. In second game, he comfortably takes that one on Insomnia. Not really sure what the overall game plan was, but it did not work out in his favor. Ranger continues to be pretty dominant. They're on Insomnia, but now we're going to go to Corrupted Keep, where we get to put the grenades up against the dual wield to see how that one will play out. The rail kind of removed as the equalizer, so I'm not sure how that will play into things, 40, but yeah, Zen with a great morning performance here for our first featured match.
Yeah, big shouts to him taking the set, and I mean, I love Gale, so I feel like my heart wants to say I feel like third map is going to go his way as well, but Maxter still has some fight left in him. We'll see if he could put up at least one map in this set. 13-2 as we take a look at the final score, and yeah, just good percentages. I mean, with a clutch, you kind of look at the percentages and you shrug a little bit because, you know, obviously gigantic barn door that you're hitting, but still, you know, you do the damage you need to do, and the item control, I think, was the biggest thing that you pointed out. Zen just dominating the map control, not even letting Maxter get that gigantic overstack with clutch or anything like that, and that definitely played a part. But again, the game plan in general was kind of suspect as to, like, what was the game plan, what were you been practicing before? The clutch pick is not easy. You can't just pick clutch and kind of drift your way to victory.
Yeah, again, we saw maybe some, maybe some tentative plans there in the opening first minute of Insomnia, right? There was that very quiet moment. I don't think either player knew exactly where the other was. Maxter popped his shield, quick rocket jump, sort of a surprise tactic, and that just didn't work, right? And after that, it seemed as if that was abandoned a bit. Zeneku, I think, using the orb, right, not necessarily as just offensive or just defensive or just zoning or position, but kind of all three, whatever was best for that situation. But it didn't seem like he was ever in need of trying to bait that shield out. Even when it came out, Zen seemed to handle it well, whether that was a disengagement or being in a position where he could fight. So ultimately 13-2, this very solid victory for Zen. And now we'll see if Maxter can at least put one game on the series board. This BJ is going up, of course, against Zen's Keel. And I hope you like fruits. Pineapples galore here on Corrupted Keep.
We will see if Zeneku can drift to the 3-0 by serving up some citrus. Chat seems to think Maxter has this one unlocked, though. 64% in favor for the predictions for Maxter on this one. So again, Maxter still has some fight left in him. New map, new reset, new game plan, and we'll see. And I hope, you know, we're talking about game plan and questioning it with the clutch. I hope that Maxter keeps playing him and iterates on it, because I would love to see him kind of grow into a clutch player, be it Insomnia or any other map. But that is a tale for another day. Map number 3 underway between Zeneku and Maxter live right now. Can Maxter put some money in his pocket, Weed?
We're going to find out if he's going to be able to. He gets a red room spawn, quickly over to the heavy, and then out the teleporter, see if he can't pick up this first frag. Of course, that meant that Zen got himself that mega, and they're going to immediately see that dual wield come out. A lot of damage does come out from Maxter, but he himself takes quite a bit. Now, waiting on top of those 250s, he does again. Another nice set of damage, 40. So Maxter so far definitely trying to use that dual wield to the best of his ability. And there is frag number 1 as Zen tries to limp his way over to that heavy. He is shocked down by Maxter to get on the board.
Maxter does give up the mega in favor of the LG ammo that he needed. So Zen does have kind of a prayer right now, but he doesn't really have the weaponry he needs. He does have a rocket. If he gets up close, no shotgun quite yet. Just trying to use the pineapples as well to zone for this next heavy. A little bit of tri-bolt as well. There's the dual wield, and now Zen just trying to stay alive, but he can't do it. The Goomba stomp from Maxter with the dual LG.
And I think, 40, those are exactly the types of fights that, you know, Maxter doesn't mind taking. Fighting a keel from above, it probably feels a lot safer than from right below, just because of the grenade potential there. The double rockets came out big, and then that led to a conversion frag. So in the first 90 seconds, I think Maxter kind of really needed a momentum shift in his way, because this is the first time that right, he's going to be feeling this way in this series. So dual wield comes out, but it might have been a bit premature. Still lets him zone Zen down pretty well, but he's got to be careful here. as Zenku making his way in, and the Mega's picked up yet again. And this time, kind of role reversal on the pickups, but still about even for both players.
Yeah, the Pineapple's zoning out Maxter from the Banana, has to reposition here on the mid-level to try and do damage on this Heavy after the fact. Good LG through the Banana as Zen makes his way through into the Red Room. Now it's all about positioning on the Mega. A little bit of Tribal, lobs a Pineapple, a little bit of damage. And again, just trying to re-peek and do as much damage and make sure that that Mega's not completely free for Maxter.
It's a good job. I like the Pineapples on top of the Mega, but Maxter handled it well. We see the dual wield. LG comes out and Zen once again. And there you go. That was the difference between fighting a kill from above or below, as a couple of those grenades did hit. Now Maxter's like, that's okay. I don't mind, as he goes in and is easily able to dispatch his opponent, take the frag. But this might be the first time in which he goes down to 5 points of health. A rocket from above. He still managed to do it. Roll a shotgun outside of the exit of the teleporter, but Zen is on the board.
Oh, big damage as well. Shotgun will miss it. Maxter won't with his, and that's unfortunate there for Zen, but decent spawn to try and get this LG, but he's got to be quick. Doesn't want to get pinned behind the statue. Armor is up as well before this Mega, and it's all a matter of where Maxter wants to attack from. It looks like the doorway. There's the dual wield. Is he going to push through? He's going to just try and do chip damage.
Ooh. Wow. I mean, Maxter really planted his feet there and took a lot of damage, but I do think that he also negated that Mega pickup from Zen. It's probably the best you could ask for. He didn't die, which is nice. Oh, rocket almost hits his opponent, enters into the red one. That one is a direct and then switches over to that machine gun. Both players incredibly low once again, trying to hit, and some nice rocket angles that I'm seeing here, 40. Like there's some nice ones. They don't all connect, but I can give an A for effort here.
Absolutely. I mean, lob them if you got them. We pre-fire those doorways. The damage is more important than the accuracy stats at the end of the game, as Maxter trying to do some damage on this Heavy, and shotgun blast for his trouble, but somehow gets all that damage. Oh my god.
So close. I thought he was going to be able to clean that one up, and he knows exactly where his opponent is. He's going to go up that jump pad. He sees the grenades come down, knows exactly where he's going to be, but has to be careful. Knows his opponent has a little bit better stack than him, and does decide to disengage there, which I think is a smart move. You've got that 4 frag lead. No reason to take risks that could result in unforced errors. And we're about to hit the halfway point of this game. As things slow down just a little bit, and Zen has an incredibly scary stack.
Wow. That's one way to take down an opponent there, but he needs a little bit more. There's a little bit of a tickle before he grabs the Mega. Potential momentum shift here in favor of Zeneku. Nice little rocket jump. He's going to run straight into the Blaskovitz with the dual wield, but actually Maxter drops down, and he's not going to have the damage to take out Zen, and now this could be really bad. As he gets caught out again. LG versus Heavy, or machine gun doesn't do anything. I mean, it chips away, but Zen's still able to capitalize and almost ties this back up.
Yeah, I don't think the damage done was worth losing the frag. Right now, just a 1 frag difference here in lead for Maxter versus the 2 that he could have had if he would have just disengaged there. Also, only having the machine gun not really going to be helping out. But he steals away that Heavy from Zen, who's now waiting up on the bridge for his opponent to come out, and the patience pays off. A shotgun blast, a mouthful of buckshot. It's 5-5 tied. And I have to say, I do think that maybe Maxter's a little overly aggressive when Zen hit his 3rd frag, and we're seeing the the byproduct of that. Unfortunately, there was a consequence to that action.
Oh, and no, not like that. Through the telly, he's going to eat a lot of shotgun and a pineapple, and he also loses out on the Heavy in general. Maxter, certainly he doesn't survive this, and nope, 1 more buckshot. 6-5 wheat. Zen has taken the lead, but can he sustain?
I mean, getting the extra frag off of the tie game, I think, is the start of that. He's done a great job with the major items now with 7 Heavies and 8 Megas, and I think just really being, oh my gosh, the shotgun to the pineapple to the shotgun to clean it up. Now 2 frags up, And the dual wield LG comes out, but it won't matter. A couple of grenades kind of bouncing around in that room, and this is a little scary now. I feel like Maxter had such a phenomenal grasp here on the map, but unfortunately, Zeneku playing patient, not over-committing in any situation, but also knowing when he can kind of go hard. And that's been the last couple minutes now, and he's looking good to possibly set up a sweep versus Maxter.
Getting closer and closer. He does pick up some LG ammo, which is going to be crucial for the mid-range fights now, and now he's stuck near the heavy, has to make the wise choice in which way he goes. A little bit of Tri-Bolt, and Citrus will get him out of there, but that rocket from Maxter right on target, leaving Zen with 74 HP after 2 bubbles, make that 3 for 99 HP, but no armor. Glimmer of hope for Maxter right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly the moment in which Maxter has to turn on the heat. Now he's chasing his opponent down in those back hallways, but's got to dodge those grenades down to 9 points of health, and that was a crucial frag for Maxter. He still has 2 minutes to try to bring this back at least to a tie game. He really needed that. So now Maxter, let's see if he can mount up some sort of a possible conversion or a comeback here, as his opponent does have the opportunity to kind of play a little bit of cat and mouse here, not overextend, but you still got to be careful. There's a huge rocket into the into the LG, and another back hallway kill, and Maxter's back in this game.
And Maxter just with the reads, knowing that Zen was going to do some jump pad shenanigans. Perfect rocket in the chest. Now he's only trailing by 1. Little bit of LG. Pineapple missing from Zanaku. He gets pushed off the Mega, does pick it up mid-fight, and that was the difference maker right there to put him back up by 2.
Oh, I totally... I feel Maxter for making that decision. It was a good decision, right? I think it was the timing of the Mega that made him lose that one, but he is still in this, knowing he's taken everything that he can at Zanaku, and it is 9-8 1 frag game. Maxter's going to grab himself that heavy. He's got a pretty good stack to try to make this happen. He's about 30 seconds away from dual wield, so it's going to be a kind of a last-ditch effort, but this is the first time that he's been back to 2 major items now. He's got some room to work with. Oh, big Tri-Bolt damage pushing him back a little bit, but he has the burden of getting that 1 frag.
Rockets in hand for Zanaku. More pineapples on the way. Heavy machine gun lined up outside of the telly. 30 seconds, and Zanaku just playing defensive now. Full turret mode, waiting. Maxter, that's going to be the last heavy for him as he makes the final push in 20 seconds to try and win this. And again, the Tri-Bolt Citrus just doing so much damage. There's the Mega pickup, and it's go time. 15 seconds. There's the rocket jump. Can Zen have the defense to keep Maxter out? Drops him off at the pineapple. I think that's it, Wheat. There's the shotgun extra pineapple. He's so close, 39 HP.
Oh my gosh. Unbelievable final moments of that game. I thought he was gonna do it. I thought it was gonna come out 40. If I was going to go back and review that tape, I know, right? That's exactly, I think, how many people feel. If I was going to go back and review that tape, I think that dual wield pop at the end was a little premature. He got nothing out of that. And think about that effort, right, that he put in there at the end, the LG shot. He just needed a couple of shots left. If that would have come out when he had that LG opportunity earlier, maybe that would have been different. But let's check in with Flea and see what his analysis of this all is. Flea, welcome back.
Thank you, Weed. That was a phenomenal matchup that definitely doesn't feel like it was a 3-0. When I think back of it, it just doesn't feel that way, right? We started it off, first of all, on Awoken, of course, which was an incredibly slow start, or Ruins, I mean. And then, yeah, Maxter was playing it incredibly well, I thought. He was keeping his distance, not putting himself in any bad positions with the bull rush, using those totems, having them up, all 3 of them consistently for what felt like minutes on end. So he was playing a really good game. And then, in those final few seconds, it all falls apart. He's forced in a bad position, has to go up the bounce pad, and then Zen gets the 1-up, combos it into a bull rush, and it all falls apart from there. Map 2, Insomnia. The clutch, yeah, we were kind of dawdling it from the start, weren't we? It's a strange pick for the map, I feel like. Definitely didn't work out the way that Maxter intended it. And of course, Zeneku, Wheat, I think you said it yourself, his control was just obscenely good in combination with the rail, constantly just chipping away at Maxter's stack. And then, of course, the last map, Corrupted Keep, the dual wield bit hard. Keel is a big target, so 2 LGs is going to murder him. And overall, it was just a very pendulum match, I feel like. It started off swinging massively in Maxter's favor, right? Getting like 5-6 frags. And then it swung right back into Zeneku, overtaking him by 2 or 3. And then it went way back to Maxter, who just fell short at the very end. So overall, very enjoyable series. Really, really close. But Zeneku getting a well-deserved 3-0 victory, so congratulations to him.
Big shouts to Zeneku. And I mean, I'm not biased at all for players, but I am for Keel, so woo! All right. Anyways, we're going to take a look at the match results right there. Again, very close map number 1. If you missed it, I highly recommend you check out that chess match. Then map number 2, a bit of a blowout, and map number 3, just as close as Flea said, back and forth. What a set.
Yeah, it really was a good set. I completely agree with Flea where you think back, and that first game was so close. And I was actually pretty confident that I thought Maxter was going to win game 1 as we were going into the final moments. But it also really should be said that it shows Zen's maturity in this game, right? I mean, really playing patiently, never counting himself out. We saw that in game 1. We saw that in game 3. And then in game 2, he just, played out of his mind. So really, really solid play from Zen. Proud of him as a player and sort of what he's accomplished. It was a good series, and he definitely deserves that 3-0.
I think it also just illustrates how comfortable he is on those big champions, right? We've been talking about it for what feels like years now, but you can really see the mastery come into play. He is just so aware of how that extra bit of stack he has can help him out massively in certain situations. And you saw that again today in map 1 and in map 3, where it was just perfect almost. He knows exactly how far he can push that advantage he has stack-wise, and it's beautiful to see. So Zeneku really has come into his own, and this was a very impressive performance.
As if those 3 sets weren't enough, we still have one more on the way, and the next one is going to be Kilson versus Wenger. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back with that bloodbath. We'll be back in a little bit. Week 8 here at the Quake Pro League, where we will have the reigning champion Wenger take on a previous champion Kilson. I'm 40 Lions, joined by Flea and Wheat, and this one should be a fantastic series, gentlemen. What do you think, Wheat? Kilson versus Wenger?
I mean, there's just no denying it. Kilson's coming off of such a massive victory from Week 7. That was, of course, his victory 3-0 over Rafa. And, I mean, a convincing 3-0 over Rafa. He was playing just absolutely bonkers. Now, the last time that we saw Wenger in a featured match was Week 6, where he actually fell to Maxter in a 2-1 situation. So, you know, it's one of these moments where, first off, you want to see the momentum of Kilson keep going. But as we were talking about during the break, Wenger is the reigning champion, right? And we've seen moments where Wenger has come out and been like, there's the champion. And we've also seen some moments where it seems like Wenger's kind of figuring some things out in his own game, wanting to evolve his own style, etc. So, you know, he's got a lot longer to be able to do that in the third season here of the 2022 QPL season. But I feel like this is going to be a really important matchup, right? For him, for his confidence, for fans, etc. I think that, I mean, myself included, I want to see Wenger really bring it this week. But the Kilson's scary right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a very exciting matchup. Like, I'm not kidding. Last night I was playing Quake myself, and I ran into 2 random people who just asked me, Flea, Killy versus Wenger, what do you think tomorrow? Like, just random people in in-game chat who are asking me what I thought about this game, and that just shows that this is going to be a very exciting one, because like we just said, we've got Wenger, the reigning champion, who's been a little inconsistent, 3 wins, 3 losses so far, going up against Kilson, who's playing absolutely phenomenal, out of his mind. This man is undefeated, has taken down 6 players already, has dropped just 1 map, and that 1 map was in the very first week of this stage against Avec. So Wenger absolutely has a monumental challenge ahead of him.
So I'm looking at the predictions already, and it's pretty split. As we take a look at the picks and bans real quick, it's pretty split. So 47 for Kilson, actually fluctuating at 48-52, but that goes to show that these players are evenly matched. It's just a matter of Wenger kind of not being on form, be it not having practice time or what have you. But let's take a look at the picks and bans. They're up on the screen now. Flea, if you want to run us through one last time for today.
Of course, starting it off, Blood Covenant, and we're getting to see the fan favorite Slash come out to play. Haven't seen her today yet, and she works so well on this map. Wenger going to try and counter with Nyx, which makes for a very interesting, fast-paced battle between 2 light and squishy champions. Map 2 will be Corrupted Keep, Wenger's pick, where he will be playing Ranger versus Kilson on the Strog. Okay, so Kilson has the mobility advantage, but that orb can hit so hard on these smaller maps. And then lastly, Ruins of Sarnef will be Visor, so a lot of information going Kilson's way versus that Galena.
Yeah, one thing that's kind of interesting is that we did see a Nyx versus Slash matchup on Blood Covenant in that Kilson versus Rafa game. However, it was Kilson who was on the Nyx, and it was Rafa who was on the Slash. So a little bit of role reversal there. But I like these matchups generally. If it was to come down to that third map, you know, I think I still am not sure that I'm convinced that information is better than, right, the totems of Galena. So I do think that Wenger kind of at least has a utility advantage on Ruins. But I think that the first 2 maps in the champion picks we see are really in line with, right, what I think is going to deliver some good matches. So I don't know, 40, what do you think?
I mean, looking at the lineups, I don't think that anything is necessarily super in favor of one player or the other, but just based off the hot streak of Kilson, I can't help but think that this is at least going to be a 2-1, if not a 3-0, because he's just a monster right now. It's just unstoppable, firing on all cylinders and hitting everything. Just monstrous damage coming out of Kilson. Put that on top of, you know, already good positioning, already good self-awareness, and just knowing where your opponent's going to be. It's hard to beat, and again, I hate to harp on it, but Wenger doesn't seem to be on top form because of lack of grinding or whatever, what have you. But that's what screams to me is that it's the Kilson show lately, the last couple weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, Flea. Go ahead.
No, I just want to say that I fully agree. Kilson, he's looking unstoppable. The focus, right? That's what he's always on about.
Yeah.
It's just working out for him. And he was talking about just how focused he's been feeling as well. How he's really playing closer towards his peak ability of what he feels he's capable of. And don't forget, this is a man who's gotten to hoist the belt over his head twice already. An absolute champion of the Quake Pro League. Now, of course, so is Wenger, but recent performances, I mean, I can't even look at those and think, yeah, Wenger, how will he fare today? Now, if we look at their overall history, actually very interesting, out of the last 6 games, Wenger has won 5 out of their 6 engagements, which is curious, but Kilson's today, his form,
Yeah.
I just don't think that Wenger will be able to stop it.
The Super Saiyan version of Kilson right now. And,
Yeah.
I mean, continuing on in like a 7-0 position from Kilson could be great. Now, others were talking about Rafa now currently going through his Rocky 3 montage of training after a loss like that. You know, I mean, if you want to look at it from a redemption arc, this would be the moment that Kilson would lose so that he can power up even more going into the latter half of the season. But that would also be incredibly impactful on Wenger's game. I'll just go out there and throw out my prediction. Kilson is just the most adorable rabbit bunny right now, right? It's like everyone is like, oh, Kilson is like, his attitude's great and focus, and like I kind of want to cuddle him and everything, but then he's going to bite your neck and you're gonna die, right? So I want to be shocked in this game, but I feel like Kilson's got this one.
Well, you heard it here first, Chad. Killer rabbit from Germany. Flea, sorry, go ahead.
Man, no, man, I can't disagree with what Weed said, right? He's like the vicious rabbit from Monty Python, right? No one wants to believe it, but his recent track record has been absolutely phenomenal. So I'm going to agree with Weed on this one. I think that Kilson will secure the win today.
Well, I'm going to leave this one up to the professionals and excuse myself. Gentlemen, have a good set, and I'll see you soon.
Take care, 40.
Weed.
We're about to get in it.
Yeah, always a pleasure being on the mic with you.
Yeah,
I think
same.
a lot of people in chat were very sad to hear about your flowing locks disappearing in a few days. I saw some people even talk about tackling you to make sure it doesn't happen on the day, so...
That's not gonna happen. You know, sometimes you just gotta do. We got summer coming up. It's about to be hot. It's been a couple of years. It's time.
Okay.
So it's gonna give strength to the Quake players or something. I don't know. Anyway, we are about to get started in this one. We got some speed here coming out in game number 1, and I am kind of excited. We got to see how Kilson approached things from the Knicks' perspective here on this map. There was a lot of really just intense rails. Of course, Ghostwalk came in huge versus that game versus Rafa, and now Kilson's gonna have to deal with it on the other side. But a lot of people love to see Kilson either on Slash, on Nyx. It's been talked about before. I just like to see these two kind of go at it, but a really interesting way to start off this series for sure.
Absolutely. We've got the Slash, we've got Nyx, Wenger versus Kilson. Let's see who comes out on top as we're loading into map 1. This is it, the final match of today, and perhaps the most anticipated one too. And we're going to kick things off on Wenger's point of view as he gets himself the Mega Spawn.
Yeah, and I gotta just say it early on is that what would be probably momentum early on in any Quake game is super important. But I think right now Wenger knows he's sort of playing against who is easily the top player in the QPL right now. So getting that first frag, finding that momentum early in map number 1 would probably be huge for his own mindset, for his confidence, momentum going into further games. But I'm not also surprised to see this very slow style of play starting off here as the first shots are fired now, as both players even giving up the major items just to try to determine where their opponent is.
That was just a tense battle over the railgun. Railgun was the bigger prize than any of the major items in that fight. Kilson spawned on it and he was just sitting below waiting for Wenger to make a move. He was hoping that the Maestro player would try to jump across. He wasn't hoping for that though. Not even the direct rocket to the face of the bounce pad can save him there, and Wenger Nice bout of aggression. Kilson mega spawns. Will help him out, and he's actually got some time to apply pressure on the heavy as well. Oh, no! Kilson!
Oh,
I don't
wow. I mean, take a snapshot, ladies and gentlemen. That was a pretty rare mistake from Kilson. I think that 9 out of 10, that would have ended up in the exact same result, getting LG down. He knew exactly where his opponent was, but kind of gave Wenger the open opportunity to just, here's another frag for you. Wenger easily converts, and this is that momentum I was talking about. Like, Wenger's looked good so far. There's a couple rails I kind of wish he would have hit. Just, I think that would have probably helped out, but that's pretty solid start here, 2-0.
I honestly think that Kilson, I think Kilson figured that Wenger wouldn't make a play for heavy. Kilson thought, oh, okay, I've done enough damage right here with a machine gun, from the Mega. He's not going to actually commit to jumping onto heavy. And so Kilson, when he jumped across, he was just looking towards Rocket's side with the railgun out, expecting Wenger to maybe try and get a cheeky angle in there. But no, Wenger was just sitting on heavy with LG out, and Kilson, at that point, he's already flying through the room. That LG beam hits you like a truck, freezes your momentum, and Kilson tragically drops alive.
Some great rails coming out here.
Oh, yeah.
From both players. Some nice LG from Wenger there. That then connected into a rail. Kilson answers back with one of his own. And that's kind of what I expect to see a lot of in this matchup, Fleet. I mean, the fly-by-night rails that we were seeing out of Kilson last week were absolutely nutty. Now, Wenger's got a couple of his own. Just great positioning, awareness on where he thinks his opponent is. He is able to grit that heavy again, but Kilson with the equalizing to getting a rail, and that is going to take some of those stacks away. So far, I'm happy with what we've seen in this matchup, but Wenger still protecting that lead.
Both players were sitting at exactly 50% railgun each just a moment ago. It's proving to be once again an impactful weapon. Nice push from Wenger. Kilson switching to the tribal was not the play there, and there we go. 1, 2, 3. Down goes the man from Team Big. He's taking damage.
All right.
Yeah, damage
All right.
spawn. Kilson dropping yet another frag. This is looking good for the Italian.
This is a championship Wenger right here. Look at these rails. That's 5, that's 6 in a row. Suddenly up to 73% on that rail. 11 shots hit out of the 15. And Kilson, usually his answer is also railing. Wenger is just on fire right now. Another rail. Rocket jump up to the bridge. Going to try to see if he can capitalize yet again. Waiting outside the teleporter. Rocket does go down. It does not connect, however. And what a solid start here for Wenger, as we are 30 seconds away from the halfway point, and he is up by 5.
75% railgun accuracy indeed. It is Wenger is landing most of these shots. A lot of that also has to do with the fact that Kilson didn't have railgun for several of these engagements. Spawned, immediately takes a rail to the face.
Right.
Wenger continues applying pressure. Yeah, how do you retaliate against that? There's nothing you can do. Now the Ghost Hawk does get forced out. Kilson getting a good read right there. Unable to really follow through. But right now his priority is going to be just making sure that the items go his way, that he can get that consistent control. Because so far the items are perfectly split between the two. Wenger has taken almost all the heavies. Kilson has secured almost all the megas. He's hoping to change that now. That's a risky push. Rockets aren't connecting. No.
Wow.
That's
And Ghostwalk was just seconds away too, so that would have been bad for Kilson either way. But speaking of Ghostwalk, I would love to hear your opinion on this, Lee, but we actually haven't seen Wenger use Ghostwalk that much in this matchup, which I think is a testament to how well he is playing this long-range game against his opponent, as he gets another frag, number 7 with a double rail, and that is really clear to me. I think that twice we have seen it, and both times it has gotten him out of a sticky situation, as it oftentimes does, but the fact that he hasn't even gotten in those situations versus an opponent like Kilson is super impressive.
The Ghost Walk for Wenger right now is just a contingency plan, and that's all it
Yep,
is. He
yep.
knows that he can't deal, or he can't match the speed that Slash can bring, right? If Slash really gets going, before you know it, she's on top of you, right? Right there, just as we're talking about it, before you know it, Slash rounds the corner, closes any gap, and is right on top of you. And Wenger knows that if that happens, his entire defense can simply crumble and fall apart. So he's holding on to the Ghost Walk for those situations. And like you said yourself, Weed, indeed, it's just a testament to his skill and his expertise that he's been able to hold it off so much.
All right. I mean, Wenger looking amazing. Just, I mean, 7 minutes in, this is, and listen, you know, it's already hard enough to come back in a game on Blood Covenant with this wide of a frag difference, but when your opponent also can sort of ghost walk and just buy themselves that extra time, it becomes even more, you know, devastating. Now, here's the interesting thing. We were all sitting here going, oh, we're so expecting these close games, right? I'm actually blown away and think this is quite remarkable because Kilson is undefeated in this league. He just took down right Rafa in an amazing fashion, and now we're seeing Wenger pretty much manhandle that person that we just talked about. A great direct rocket right there, and that is impressive when you look at how Wenger has been performing over the last few weeks. Like, we know that that monster is in there waiting to be unleashed, and it looks like the chains have come out.
Indeed. I mean, it's something we didn't really have a chance to talk about before we started this map, but Wenger has been practicing a lot more, right? If you've watched his Twitter activity, he's been tweeting very frequently about, you know, I'm going live, I'm practicing with these players, I'm just working on my game. There was a moment a few weeks ago where he was really like, okay, you know, break time's over, now I'm back, now I'm fully committed, the grind begins again now. I think it's really starting to pay off. So far, his performance has been a little inconsistent throughout this stage, but I am all for what I'm seeing. Ghostwalk came back at just the right moment there. Another half second and Wenger would have been dead for sure. But he manages to spoil Kilson's efforts once again, and wait, with 80 seconds left on the clock, I do think that the Maestro man is going to be able to secure the win, even if Gilson now strings a few frags together. That Ghost Walk, it's going to be too strong defensively.
Agreed. I mean, it's still not up for another 15 seconds, but you can see what Wenger's thought was, is I'm going to grab myself a rail, make sure I have that in my arsenal. Kilson does pick up another one, but now a minute to duck and dodge throughout this in order to take this victory. That's huge. I think for Kilson, getting those 2 frags, also huge. Does not want to go in a situation, beautiful rail from the mid to the rail bridge, and he does not want to go into a game 2 situation where, you know, he did not score a frag. So there we're going to see the Ghost Walk popped. It is going to allow him to get out of there and put himself in a position where he can just grind a few more of those seconds off of the clock. He is still saying, hey, I can give up this frag. It's not that big of a deal. I'll try to get one of my own. Kilson does land that one, but of course then waiting off the respawn timer, that's going to make it mathematically impossible for Kilson to bring this one back. So huge win for Wenger. I think a pretty good momentum swing for Kilson there at the end, as he needs that going into game number 2. You do not want to, in the shape and condition you're in, to have a game where your opponent basically has a flawless victory against you. That's bad news. But Rail did equalize itself on Wenger down to 51, but he had those 6 in a row that popped him to 73, and that was really where Wenger just said, I'm here to make a statement, please.
Now, looking at the item pickups, Kilson really did dominate both the majors as well as those small armors as well, and I think that's just a testament to how consistent damage, or how consistent the damage was that Wenger was putting out. Constantly pressuring him with heavy machine gun, with railgun from a distance, and indeed, that was his battle plan going into this. I'm going to play the distance game, see if I can outdamage Kilson from far away. If he gets close, I just pop my Ghost Walk, we swap places, and it worked perfectly. Very deserved victory from Wenger. He went in with a plan, made good on it too. and that will have secured him map 1. Now, as you said, Weed, Kilson did get a few nice frags at the end, starting to build a little bit of momentum on his own. That's important going into map 2. He wants to feel confident in his aim again, because we know exactly what he's capable of.
Yeah, that's just it. I mean, I don't think it's ever a bad thing to lose versus a player the caliber like Wenger. But you're thinking about the series momentum here a little bit. You've just come off of some of the best series of your life, and I think it's helpful going then into that map too, and sort of being in the right place mentally to sort of take it into the next one. But I think Wenger gave Kilson a lot to think about here between game 1 and game 2, because to your point, he has been putting in more work. He is wanting to return back to form. Obviously, a champion like Wenger, you taste that a little bit, and you want to taste it again. You're gonna chase that. And so this is really great to see this Wenger return in the form that he's in. But will this continue, or is Kilson going to have his opportunity to stop it in its track in game 2? We're about to find out as we move on to Corrupted Keep, where Kilson will be on the Strogg and Wenger will be on the Ranger.
Interesting champion matchup, right? We know that Strogg can be extremely powerful on this map because 1, the mobility, crowd sliding helps him out so much, and 2, the Peeker is a real force to be reckoned with because there's no railgun on the map, and railgun is of course the primary counter to the robot, the easiest way to take it down instantly, and you don't have that on the map that is Corrupted Keep. So if Kilson can get some distance between himself and Wenger, that Peeker can really put in some work.
Ooh, an orb right at the beginning of the match. Kilson sees his opponent grab that Mega and then disappear. And that meant that Wenger actually got his hands on both of those major items. Not a super sick start there for Kilson, but at least he knew exactly how that happened, why that happened, and probably wasn't too surprised considering that he's up against that Ranger.
Now, Kilson, he definitely is going into this hoping to keep a little bit of distance of his own. Oh, because otherwise that happens. The orb, right? You've got some damage into a shoddy or a rocket. It is lethal. And Kilson wants to avoid that. He wants to be able to play his strengths, and that lies on this map and with this champion pickup in his mobility and in the Strogg. He wants to fight Wenger from a distance, close the gap at his convenience, maybe use the Peeker to draw out some damage. But he does not want to be at a point-blank fight with the rockets that Wenger can deliver, especially not on Ranger.
Yeah, now Kilson's slowing it down a little bit. I think not having that LG is having him play a little bit conservative as he is waiting now for that heavy to pop. There it is, now making his way around through the back hallways. And let's see what his game plan is going to be here. He certainly does not want to see that frag gap widen at all. Only 90 seconds in, and both players definitely playing these positions and holding on to what they have to. I do think Kilson, again, looking for an opportunity to maybe go in and finish up, arming up for, an arsenal. I think their LG is incredibly important here, and as gets fired upon, some rockets do hit defensively. Wenger very, very low. Kilson knows it. He's looking for a killing blow, tries to get it with that shotgun, does end up finding it as Wenger is back up against the wall there, and Kilson puts himself on the board. We're tied 1-1.
Interesting to see that Kilson went for the LG, which is the main weapon he was still lacking, rather than going for heavy right away. I think he had a good chance of picking up heavy, but maybe he wasn't confident in his timing, or maybe he was a little wary of Wenger getting a good shoddy spawn and just holding his own right there. So Kilson playing it a little safe right there, and now he's in trouble. Doesn't get the damage he needs with the Peeker to be able to make that work, but Wenger is hurting. That last rocket did a hell of a lot of damage still, and now Kilson is really not in too bad of a shape to take these fights, but he's got to be careful about those huge rockets. We all know that that's something that Wenger is particularly well known for, the defensive rocket barrage. And Kilson falls victim to it this time.
I mean, denying weapons seems to be a part of Wenger's game plan here, but on the same I guess, on the same plane. Like, Kilson's taking some fights without much of an arsenal, and that's a little scary at times, right? I mean, your little machine gun's not going to be doing much versus the rockets and LG that you're having to dodge, and that's put him in some pretty rough spots here. Now, he is going to get a little bit aggressive here with the LG. His opponent goes for that heavy. Heavy is down. That LG is answered back, and Wenger, though, very, very low. He's going to have to go for these 225s in the red room, and he does grab them, but opponent knows exactly where he's at. The orb comes out and nicely positioned, is able to convert that one into yet another frag, and Veng now looking at a 3-point lead.
Interesting to note, though, is that neither player has really been able to dominate the flow of the items, right? Every single time that a frag gets exchanged, it's the other player who gets to pick up the major item. So we don't have anyone who's been in a position to rotate Heavy and Mega together and build a tremendous amount of momentum. So it's a constant back and forth. And it usually just comes down to how a certain fight goes. You know, there's no big flows of control, one player in it, the other player out it. So far, the stacks have been typically even. And then it just comes out to whoever has the best mechanics, positioning, and strategy going into particular fights. And so far, that's been Wenger.
Flea, let me ask you a quick question. I mean, obviously, we're still very early. We're not even to the halfway point. But if Wenger were to say, come off of this with a 3-0, would you say that that is an upset in the grand scheme of what's happened? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's difficult to talk about that as an upset when I just said that 5 out of the 6 recent games they've played against each other went in Wenger's favor. But Kilson has just been looking unbeatable, right? He's just been undisputable #1 for this stage so far. He's lost just one map in week 1 against Havoc. Other than that, he's cleaned everyone. So if he now loses 3-0 to Wenger, who, you know, is a champion of his own but has had a middling performance so far, that would definitely be an upset in my opinion.
Yeah, it's great points, and I like kind of what Chad has said here is that, you know, the nice thing is with everyone losing games during the season, it's just going to make the end of the season and the finals that much more interesting, and I cannot agree more. That is an exciting storyline where someone cannot just easily predict what may happen, as we see a lot of shakeups here over the course of Season 3, and Kilson now is trying to claw his way back, Flea. So we're trying to see him pick up and convert yet off of another frag. It is, you know, not been easy for him, but there's still a lot of time here. But to your point, no one's truly had full control outside of that initial spawn that we saw. And a huge orb to the face from Wenger. He was very, very low and comes out of that one very, very low, but still manages to pull another one off, protecting his 5-frag lead.
And I think that the story of the control can just be told by looking at the items alone. Kilson has picked up 10 major items, Wenger has picked up 13. It's really, really close. Neither player consistently getting both. But now, time starting to get a little dire for Kilson. Of course, this is corrupted keep, so you can get that snowball effect where you just chain frag together. Oh! That might just be the opening that he needs, Wheat. Wenger stepping off the Mega a second too soon, giving it up for free. This might be the boost that Kilson needs, but that is not gonna help him. The float almost proving fatal. Kilson still gets the frag, but he sacrificed so much stack right there, Wheat.
He did, and I mean, we could probably argue all day on was that the right move, and I guess it's just going to come down to, like, did he claim victory over that? Because on some perspective, he knows, like, I've got to fight, right? I can't win by not engaging, and so I think that that was a pretty big decision by him, but he's going to try to keep this pressure going as he's got Veng sitting in the back. For Wenger, this is fine. He's able to kind of waste some time. But he's got to be careful as he steals away that. Yep, you're right. He did have no more rockets and had to disengage there. So now we're going to see what happens with our major items as they're both going to be popping around the same time. Kilson's going to grab that heavy. Wenger, oh, he sits outside. He didn't grab the Mega. He's going to go in for it after he takes a lot of damage, and Kilson comes out of that one pretty hurt.
Gilson had 0 rockets and 11 cells of LG, so even if it came down to an LG battle, he would have run out well before getting the frag on Wenger, and I think that was a critical part in his decision to leave right there, because he really had Wenger caught in a bad spot. And that may just end up being critical, because now we've got 2 minutes, 4 frags. Wenger can already tell that he's playing this a bit more defensively than he was earlier, right? Not making as much noise, sitting on banana for a little bit, just waiting and seeing what Gilson does first. And I think that Wenger now is going to try and just use the rockets, kill the angles, not allow Gilson to get close to him. And if he does, well, he still has the orb. So this is so difficult for the German.
It really is, and it's even more difficult considering that a lot of these defensive shots and positions that Wenger have been taking have been super effective. Rockets as you're coming around the corner, not being able to really use peeker in those back hallways the way that Gilson might want to. Now he's got himself a nice stack, right? So here's his moment to try to just put it all out there on the table. Let me try to find 4 frags. It's still going to be tough as we hit the 1 minute warning here. And I think Wenger is going to try to summon every ounce of discipline that he has and will just play keep away. But there's a big rock jump. Gilson going out, grabbing some momentum. LG does get popped. Both players LG and out, but a good disengagement there from Wenger. And he's playing this the way he needs to ensure himself a win.
There we go. Good frag from Gilson, just before Mega spawns as well. Heavy is still ages away, no small armors around for Wenger. This is still an opportunity, but he has to find them. And Wenger is proving to be slippery. Gilson making the wrong choices as to where to go, wildly flailing his aim around. And I think Wenger isn't even gonna move.
No, he did. We got to see him.
Gilson knows it.
Yeah, he knows it. Last 10 seconds, GG comes out. He was just tucked away next to that heavy armor. Gilson went right past him. At this point, he kind of knew, well, I can chase my opponent and just get more frustrated, or we can go prepare for our third and final map. But you look at that, Gilson with 8 frags across 2 games to the 15 frags of Wenger. And we'll see Wenger take the series. Pretty big considering that Wenger was sitting at 3-3. That will give him at least a winning record moving forward. Gilson now finds a blemish, on his overall record, but still super impressive with coming into this matchup with a 6-1, right? Had this been another opponent, I think Gilson maybe be a little bit upset about it. Not sure if he's just not feeling it today as much as he had the last few weeks, but still 6-0 against some of the opponents, including Rafa, the last one that you played. That's something to be proud of and something to walk away from. Wenger, though, I guess stop the presses and recall what's been printed, because the champ's back, right? This is really, really impressive play by Wenger, and I'm happy to see it. This is exciting.
Wenger's proving us all wrong, We were all on the Gilson train, but Wenger making a stand, and I'm all here for it. I love seeing the young blood just do so well, and this man is really stepping up to the stage now. And indeed, both of us, we were favoring Gilson, and then of course you have 40 who took the coward's way out and just excused himself and signed off before we could even ask him about his predictions. But Wenger will already get the 2 wins he needs to secure the overall victory in this series. But of course, this is the Quake Pro League, so we will see all of the 3 maps through, because there is money to be earned on all of them. And the final map, will be Ruins of Sarnath, where we are going to see Gilson play Visor, and Wenger will be running the Galena.
Yeah, if I was 40, by the way, I would come back and say, well, you guys didn't let me give my prediction, and I was totally going to say Wenger 2-1 or Wenger 3-0. So 40, I expect that when you get back. So Ruins, we've got information versus a little bit more in terms of healing and damage utility overall. Rail, big one, I think, going to be determining what we see here from Ruins. But as we've seen from the other maps, both players kind of playing really good control games when they have the opportunity to. This is also one of those maps where control can kind of snowball out of your favor if the major items get a little bit, if they, start to, the time starts to drift apart a little bit more. So I'll be interested to see what balance we're going to get between overall item control and, maybe if Wenger, now sitting really comfortable with the 2-0 series win, might decide to, get and be his sort of aggressive, kind of wild, normal self. So here we're officially starting. Kilson grabbed himself the heavy. Wenger is going to be who will be looking through, and he's just going to quiet it up as he can get ready for this first assault.
Good rail. First chunk of damage will be going in favor of the German. Oh, Wenger is not in a good spot right now. Doesn't have LG, doesn't have rail. All he's got to work with are the rockets, and he's got no mobility to try and escape this. This should be a clear frag for Kilson, and indeed, he will get it. And at a very opportune moment as well. Look at this, Wenger spawning on the opposite side of the map. Won't be able to make a move on Mega if Kilson has anything to say about it. But no, Wenger, so quick, throws himself through that teleporter to still get there on time. And hello, Kilson. 100% accuracy, Wheat. 7 shots, 7 hits.
God. Give him that sear. If I've ever seen a sear deserved, it was that one right there into the 2 more shots to make it 3 frags. And this is, right, this is the Kilson who obviously shook it off in between game 2 and 3 and said, bring it, right? Like, what you're capable of. Maybe smacked himself in the face a couple times, splashed some water, I don't know. But he's still at 100%, Flea. 9 shots. Is this the game? Is this the run?
I sure hope so. You love to see it. Kilson is just going for 1,000 points of damage without missing a rail. So far, he's hit 10 shots consecutively. And Wenger just doesn't have an answer. Wenger doesn't have a rail either, so he can't retaliate at that distance. He's looking for a way to get that crucial weapon, but Kilson is not allowing him. Now, in turn, of course, Kilson still doesn't have rockets. He's been on this map for 2 whole minutes, and he hasn't ventured into the rocket room once. He's just content using LG and Ray. You see the gun poke around the corner and Kilson, he knows. And he lands another 12 shots, 1,000 points of damage. This is nasty.
I don't know that I've ever seen that in a professional game of 2 players of this caliber. That is absolutely 13! Oh my god, he finally misses one, but then immediately falls back with another one. After 16 shots, 87%, a 4 frag lead. This is Railson in his final form right here.
Absolutely. Oh my god, he's just not stopping. Okay, Kilson has done 1,400 points of damage this map week. 1,348 have been with the railgun. Literally everything except for 50 points of damage have been rail. It's the only thing he's used. Now, at long last, he uses the LG a little bit as well, but up until that point, it was literally 99% of his damage came from the railgun alone.
I'm being told that Base did something equally impressive as well, but I just got to say, either way, anyone does it, like, that's an impressive feat right there, unless you're, playing like a bot or something. So anyway, it's so incredible just how much he's turned it back on, right? Kilson 5-0 right now, looking really good. He's controlling so well. This is obviously, item control's been pretty balanced back and forth. But, what do you do when you constantly can't feel safe in a map like this, Flea, right? Like, that's what Kilson is doing here to his opponent.
I mean, I still remember way back in the day, and we're talking 3 years ago now, something like that, there was this monumental match between Rafa and Klaus at LAN. And Klaus just landed 4 vertical rails in a row on Molten Falls, just ending Rafa right then and there. And afterwards in the interview, I asked Rafa, like, how do you deal with that? Like, how do you deal with that kind of rail pressure? And he said, you just got to ride it out because they're going to start missing. But what if they don't? What if they don't? What if Kilson is still 74% railgun accuracy? What do you do then? Yeah, I don't know. Wenger, he managed to get himself a few frags, but it hasn't resulted in consistent control yet.
Nah, it didn't. And you kind of realize that that's going to be harder and harder when your opponent's also on visor, right? In that particular situation, coming off of a frag, using piercing sight to absolutely know exactly where your opponent is, to know, can I get a conversion? Is there an area that I can deny them, this or that? And I think that Wenger is sort of reading this. He knows how much damage he's doing. He's going in, he's grabbing some of those frags back. This is still a pretty close game, right? We need to kind of move away from the chapter that was like, he landed 100% rails after 14 shots, like he can't lose this one. He still absolutely can, right? We've got half of a game left here. He did play out of his mind. We saw Railson come out, but Wenger has kind of been bringing back exactly what he needs to do. You know, not shooting obviously the same accuracies that we're seeing from Kilson, but right, he is, I think, definitely playing with his brain, and I'm curious to see how this one will play out. There's only 4 frags separate these two.
I mean, Wenger's figured out that he cannot take a railgun match against Kilson anymore. He could do that on map 1, Blood Covenant. That was his strategy going into that. Worked out well. But now he's come to the realization that on Ruins, right here, right now, he is not going to out-rail Kilson. So he needs to just play it differently. He needs to apply pressure. Get up close and personal. Make the Rockets and LG do the talking for him. He's also doing pretty good job at getting those totems down. Had 2 with a third one in hand, but Kilson has cleaned one of them up. So he won't yet have that overstack of his own make soon.
Yeah, and needs to be hitting those shots. So it's a good opportunity. Mega is picked up. No armor stack for Kilson. Wenger knows he's done some damage, but not ready to overcommit to that particular fight. However, with the clock ticking away, Flea, you know that Wenger's going to be thinking about it a little bit. One may have to choose, like in a situation like this, I need to take these rail fights, and that one paid off for him as he now makes it a 3 frag game, still behind, but he's given himself a chance.
I wasn't looking at the stacks right there, so I don't know if the totem put Kilson at a railable stack, but it sure didn't help him. For sure. Now, Heavy will be the next major item. Oh, Wenger caught looking completely the wrong direction there. He thought Kilson was still in Mega Room, but Kilson already long left. Now it's gonna be Raze who will take position on Heavy first. Wenger, he heard that. He heard that little grunt from Kilson jumping down below, so now he knows how he can approach this. Oh, Kilson. Very late to react right there. Not sure what was up with that.
Caught him in a slow walk. Just wanted to take it easy, and suddenly it was like, I wasn't done there yet. But I think Kilson playing this one strategically, running down that clock, playing it slow. He is, as a result, kind of giving away some positioning here. But it is sort of the burden of Wenger to be chasing down those frags. So, right, being as meticulous as possible, the LG comes out. Wow. What a rail back, and then he answers with one of his own, but he is in the danger zone. Mega is up. He's going to grab that, puts himself back, but he needs to try to convert here. Big opportunity to do just that. Heavy is up. Was thinking about firing a rail in there, instead snuck in a rocket. It didn't do much, but less than 2 minutes to go, and there's 2 frags needed from Wenger to try to make this a 3-0 and stop Kilson here on Ruins.
That was a sick rail by Wenger as well, because Kilson read him perfectly. Kilson had already positioned his crosshair above, you know, that little rocky outburst right there. He knew what Wenger was going for, and yet still the Maestro player was just a little too fast, landed the flick before Kilson did. Oh, that's a costly rail to take. That is preventing Wenger from setting up on the middle area of the map. With a minute left to go.
Yeah.
This is difficult.
That was a big rail, just kind of stopping, and another big rail. This could be it for Kilson as he does land another one. He doesn't even switch over. He knew he did a ton of damage. There's a potential for a conversion frag right here too, and that could seal the deal, and it probably just did. Suddenly, this 2-frag game went to a 4-frag game as Kilson kind of taking it easy, landing some real nice rails, stopping Wenger in his track and giving him the momentum to widen that lead. We've got less than 20 seconds left to go, and Kilson says and declares, I will not go down 3-0 in this one, and still makes it quite an exciting matchup overall. There's another big rail coming out from Kilson as Wenger knows this one's over, and with 10 seconds left, Kilson is not going to be shut out in this one. He does manage to find and connect with Railson, and we will see the final seconds tick away. 5 to 10, Kilson taking that one, but Wenger with the series victory. And ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves a season right here.
We sure do. Wenger continuing that trend of wins against Kilson. Very good job. That makes it, I think, 6 out of the 7 most recent games that he has beaten the German player from Team Big. Now Kilson suffers his first loss from the stage. Now I'm very curious to hear what 40 has to say about that. Come on back, 40, share your wisdom. What do you think about that series?
Just, I want to say that I knew it the whole time, with my prediction, locking it in. No, that's insane. Welcome back, Wenger. That was quite the performance. Even on map number 3 where he fell a little short, like he still had that glimmer of like, damn, he could do this. I do feel like, and I saw some people in chat talking about it, that the Railson show on map number 3 might overshadow the fact that Wenger just took out Kilson in the set. Because, 13 rails in a row, big. I don't know if you got a jersey number for him. It should be 13. But fantastic display of performance and just endurance from Wenger. Grinding it out, as you said, Flea, practicing more and more, tweeting about it, saying, hey, I'm going to hold myself accountable. He always said that he wasn't really playing his best. He didn't have the time that he wanted to practice, and now we're starting to see him put the hours in again, and it's absolutely paying off. To come up this big and beat someone that's been on such a hot streak is absolutely amazing to see.
Yeah, right, this probably represents really good feelings and positive attitudes, momentum for Wenger. He to your point, 40, he'd mentioned, right, I want to be able to give everything I can. I haven't necessarily been in that situation. Here he is, coming off a victory versus Kilson, right? Arguably one of the most difficult opponents in the entirety of the league. That's got to be good for you to say, wow, okay, whatever I'm doing is working. I'm going to keep on doing that. But I think as a fan, as a commentator, I am so happy to see Wenger playing the way that he just played versus Kilson. It's been a delight to watch all of these players really find their own dominance here in QPL. And this kind of a shakeup, I think, or I don't know, maybe return to form makes things even more exciting across the board.
Yeah, it's just really nice to see Wenger realizing that potential of his again, right? Because you don't want to see the previous grand champion now in 5th place with 3 wins, 3 losses. That just not befall him well, right? We know that he can do better, and like you said, 40, it's about time that he's holding himself accountable, and we're all here for the show. We want to see Wenger doing well. Kilson fought like an absolute tiger, but in the end, the last map is where he's shown the brightest, and overall, Wenger just had his number and outplayed him for the first 2 maps. So congratulations, Team Maestro. This is a well-deserved victory.
Well-deserved indeed, and with that 4th match done, that puts us at the end of the day, and I feel like we've learned a lot today. Any given Saturday, anyone can come up big. Upsets are prevalent throughout the league, and with the shakeup, it's going to be great as we move closer and closer to finals. But we also learned never talk shit to DJ Week because he will put you in your place. So, final words, Flea, what do you have to say?
Another great day of matches, right? I think we had a few upsets in the end. Kilson dropping down, Zeniku getting that 3-0 win. Dramas having a great streak against some of the best in the world, but still succumbing to Havoc. And then the first match was Razy holding his own against Nosfa. Very fun day, short but sweet. And I'm very happy to be part of the Quake Pro League as usual, and I look forward to see what comes next.
Yeah, I mean, everything that Flea just said. Thank you, 40. Thank you, Flea. It's always a pleasure to be with you two on the mic. I just want to say thank you to everyone that turns up. You know, whether you've just discovered Quake in the last couple years or you've been around for, since the beginning. It's so awesome to just see the Quake community come out for these matches every single week. For those that are playing in the qualifiers, it's so appreciated. The players appreciate it. Casters, production, even as a fan, I appreciate it. So thanks for being here. Thanks for letting me come around for the ride, and I will see you in a couple more weeks.
Yeah, pleasure to have everybody. Always a pleasure to share the desk. Big shouts to production, all the players, everybody in the chat for supporting. Tell all of your friends. Quake every Saturday, except for next Saturday. We got challengers, but again, that's it for us. We're going to get out of here. I hope your Sunday is as smooth as eggs tomorrow. Take care, and we'll see you in about 2 weeks.